Hello. Welcome. I'm watching the mic. I'm worried about it. We got a new setup today. Very jank. Welcome. We're back. It's Saturday. We don't usually stream on Saturdays, but we're doing a game jam this month, which is very exciting. We've signed up for the Metroidvania Month game jam. We're going to try to make a Metroidvania game. Over 4 weeks. We'll see how it goes. Mercy. Lord help me. We'll see how it goes. We are on the old potato computer today, so normally we'd be on a computer over there. We'd have the green screen, which you can see a little bit of in the background. We'd have a much nicer setup, typically speaking, but we're not doing that today because I want to be able to work on this during the week, and so we need to have both setups kind of going at the same time, both the gaming setup and the programming setup. Yeah. Anyway, let's talk logistics real quick. So this is a game jam which started on February 15th. It's going to be running until March 15th, which I think gives us 4 Saturdays to work on it. So the plan is to do these streams on the Saturday, try to save the most interesting work to do on stream, and then during the week, if I can find some time between everything else, work on the less interesting parts. There were a lot of times, so we previously did a game jam. We did the Ink Jam before, back in maybe September or August. And one of the problems with that was we tried to do that in 3 days straight. Which was exhausting. Hello, welcome, Zalteraria, how are you? Doing it in 3 days straight was exhausting, but also meant we spent a lot of time on stream doing like little debugging things, trying to figure out little Unity quirks and stuff. And it wasn't very interesting to watch, and it wasn't very good. And it probably wasn't very healthy. If you watch the end of that stream, I look like just an absolute husk of a man by the end of it. So hopefully this works well. Anyway, this is our first weekend that we're doing this. I'm very excited. I don't know how this is going to go. I think this is maybe a case of biting off more than we can chew, but that's okay. I'm excited to try and maybe fail spectacularly to do this. So, where are we going to start? How do we begin? We've got Unity up. I see we've got Emacs open, but that's not where we're going to start. We're going to start with the game jam. I think we should take a look at the prompt, take a look at the parameters of this game jam, and just to settle into it a little bit, just to get an idea of what we're doing here. So fortunately, boom, I got it ready. Nice. Let's make this big. I don't know if this is going to be readable on screen. I sort of doubt it. So let's make this. Does that not work? Okay, so we got this big thing. So I'm eating some classic style rhubarb and custard sweets. Got them in a charity shop. Also, the guy at the till was sweet. He joked that the 220 pounds was 220 pounds. Ooh, not bad. Rhubarb and custard. Those are not very common American flavors, I'll be honest. Rhubarb and custard candy. I'm not really familiar with this. Oh, okay. Well, rhubarb and custard, let's do candy. Or you said sweets. I guess sweet is not necessarily a candy. Yeah, these are less common flavors in the US. We just do like hamburger and ketchup for the most part. No, okay, let's go look at this. Let's look at Metroidvania Month 15. Crazy that they've done 15 of these. As you can see, we already mentioned this is running from February 15th to March 15th. Let's take a look. Oh, the scroll is inverted on this mouse. That's a nightmare. That's fine. We'll fix that later. Metroidvanias. Sorry. Let me start this right. Hello, fellow devs. Metroidvanias, a popular game genre among indie devs. You probably know Hollow Knight, Ori, or Axiom Verge. The game we're going to make in this game jam is definitely going to be as good as all 3 of those. A classic British flavor, though often not in candy. Never seen them in candy before, or in a candy before now. More so in sweet pies and stuff. I guess we saw that in the results. Yeah, the picture of the rhubarb and custard pie. Rhubarb pie is a little bit more familiar to me. I can imagine somebody from like the American South maybe serving up a rhubarb pie, but I'm not from the American South, so that may be ill-informed. Anyway, this genre is based on Super Metroid and Castlevania. Oh, that's where the name comes from, in which you explore the map to find upgrades. In this game jam, I challenge you to make a Metroidvania game in a month. Is custard eaten much in America? Not at all, to be honest. Yeah, custard, not really something that I can't think of the last time somebody served me custard. If you still have no idea what I'm talking about, you can check out What is a Metroidvania. Alright, so we've read this. We're hip. We know what a Metroidvania is. As you can see, the key to the Metroidvania is the spaceship shoots the cloud that the controller is attached to. Perfect. Great. Okay, so they've got some partners. Nobody cares. Rules. This is what we care about. Assets should be all made during the jam period. General purpose code, designing, bases, and models, placeholders, and story can be made before the start of the jam. Here's clarification. Are we going to be judged on how rigidly we stick to the definition of it compared to the feel? I'm not sure. They may talk about the judging here. I'm actually not sure what the judging format is going to be. I would imagine it'll be like the last jam where it was just up to people to vote, but we'll see. This is a good thing. This is a good thing to note. So I haven't touched Unity since the last game jam that we did. Even though some of the very reasonable feedback that I got after the last one was that more familiarity with the tools probably would have helped. That's something we're going to try to make better use of them generally this time, and we'll talk about the specifics then. Sorry, this is the asset should be made during the game jam. But in terms of general purpose code, I've got the code that we wrote last time, which was derpily enough, pretty much all in one file. So I got that here. We're going to be pulling a lot from it, taking a lot of inspiration from it. Hopefully it's going to remind me how this is all supposed to work. 2, external assets can be used. We're not going to use external assets, so don't worry about it. We'll skip that one. 3, incomplete games are accepted. This is a crucial rule for us. It's hard for me to imagine us pulling this off, but we'll give it a good college try. I would like to see them evolve if it's a project that you'll continue, so don't stress to make a complete game, but your submission should be playable. Okay, that's a bar that I think we can meet. So incomplete but playable. We'll come back to this because we're going to make our own rules too before we really get into this. Teaming is accepted. We're teaming insofar as we'll be... So should I pitch my idea now? Let me get through the rules and stuff, but then in a bit. We'll get there. We'll get to brainstorming in a bit. I want to look at all of the kind of rules here. There's no maximum team members, so we're going to be working with the community, with the Piotr Bizzle Discord. Heaven help us that such a thing exists. We'll all be working, taking art assets and ideas and everything else from there. 5, you're free to use any engine you want. We're going to be using Unity so that people can play it in the browser. 6, the game needs to be PG-13 rating or below. To be clear, no nudity, excessive swearing, no gore. For the subtitles of that one, see these 2 posts. Or subtleties. I can't read. No. Subtilities. That's not a word. You know what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be subtleties. Entire CD Projekt Red or something working on a game jam. Could you imagine? That can't be the best use of their time. 7, your game should be free. We'll do that. Yep, that's fine. And 8, mercy, help. 8, I'm accepting late entries until 24 hours after. We'll try to hit it. We'll try to get it on time. Damn, not major war crimes. No, not this time. Optional theme is alchemy. So we got to vote on the theme. I can't remember what I voted. It wasn't this, but that's okay. So it is voted on 1 week before the jam, and the theme is announced at the start of the jam. You're free to use it or not. It is only for inspiration and won't affect your score. I reckon we should try to work this in. It's nice to have a little bit of an idea, a little bit of a theme to get started. Oh, rating. Here we go. Okay, here's what we need to know. Games will be rated on these criterias. Optional. Yeah, we'll do it though. Enjoyment. Did you like the game? Okay, so game has to be fun. Everybody remember, let's not forget that. Sometimes when you work really hard on something like this, it can be hard to tell by the end if it's any good anymore. But we'll check in on this periodically. Design include a lot of things like balance, level design, gameplay experience, creativity, etc. How was that? Okay, that seems very broad. Presentation, was the game delivered in a good way? How was the consistent aesthetic? We're gonna min-max and min this one, probably. We'll get to that in a second. And Metroidvania. Does this game belong in this jam? Was the Metroidvania subtle, or could you clearly say it was a Metroidvania? If you're not sure, you can check the Wikipedia page. Great, here's a bunch of other stuff. There's a Discord. I'm not part of it. That's fine. Okay, cool. So, Alchemy, Metroidvania. These are our parameters, PG-13. Last time, we started out by making some rules for ourselves, and I think that's something that we should do again, because it was useful. Cake King has the best style, best presentation out of all the games. I wish other people saw it that way too. Let's make this really big. Okay, so rule number 1. I think we should have the same rule number 1 that we had last time. Oh, I'm really blown out on the camera. That's fine. Rule number 1 is going to be, if it looks bad, that's fine. I think that this is a really important rule. We got a lot of mileage out of this last time. I think that we want to try to bring together something that's playable, something that has reasonable mechanics. First rule, King 2, the sequel. I kind of think we should save Cake King for next Ink Jam. But we can see. We can ideate a little bit. 2, no sound. I know that's probably going to make us lose some points, but its sound is just so much extra scope. I don't know how to do it. We're going to do no sound. What other rules do we need? I don't remember. One of them was have fun, but I'm going to say that's optional. Yeah, literally copy and paste half the foods last time. True. 4, no shoes on the couch, obviously. That was also a rule last time. I think that served us well. 5, let's make this rule 5. Let's say make better use of Unity. Lots of scripts. Lots of separate scripts. So last time, as I mentioned before, we wrote one really big script. This actually caused a little bit of a headache later on. Come on. We went to the point of like defining all of the like layout in code, which was good because I feel more comfortable in a code document than I do with Unity. So it was kind of an expedient thing, given that we were doing it in 3 days. But it also meant that if we wanted to just move something a little bit over to the left, we had to like recompile all of our code every time. That was crazy. Okay, we can save it, but it would work well with alchemy as food, and food and alchemy are not too far off. Sure. I think last minute we only did 2 different skins for the generic creamy and creamy potato pie. Yeah, all those recipes and stuff we copy pasted last time. That's gonna be a difference this time. I think is we're not gonna use, unless we have like a really good use case to use ink. We're not gonna do that this time. It was really interesting to do it that before, but it's just gonna be a component we'll take out of this one. Cool. We can think of more rules later. This isn't a fixed list, but let's call these rules here. Okay, so let's do some ideation. I want to think about what our game is going to be like. Zeldarara, you said you had an idea in mind, right? What were you... skipping out of ink, I think is going to make this good. This keyboard is just a little bit of a different layout than I'm used to, so I'm going to complain about it the whole time. Deal? Deal. Okay, so what do we know? It's got to be Metroidvania. Let's make this even bigger. Vania, good, all caps, that's what we need. And it also needs to be alchemy. So I remember you had mentioned an idea of, in either the Discord or during chat one time, I can't remember, but the idea of the layout or rooms changing, right? So, or let's say areas changing. So that, like, we go through an area and we come back later and it's different than it was before. I think that's a really interesting idea. I think that's one we can work into our design. What else does alchemy make us think of, generally? Alchemy makes us think of change alchemy makes me think of change. Alchemy does make me think of recipes. You're right. Alchemy is turning something worthless into something valuable. Alchemy is magic adjacent, but we might consider it separate from, like, casting a magical spell, right? Somebody who is an alchemist is maybe less magical than somebody who is, like, a dang wizard. Also, let's talk about let's do it like this. Let's go like this. No, why would you make everything underlined text edit? That's a nightmare. Okay, well, that's fine. Metroidvania. We'll go alchemy. And here's Metroidvania. And we'll ideate for both of these. So my idea pitch. Okay, let me check this out. A Metroidvania where we do alchemy affecting the entire world. Like, we are using our potions to affect the entire world. A good way we can do that is with locking and unlocking paths. Yes, I like that. Okay, that's actually just a good call out of what a Metroidvania is, right? So, unlocking paths that were previously locked, gaining new Abilities is something that I think is very Metroidvania-y. Secret ways, maybe. Let's say this is optional. But like having like a little secret way that you can go off to feels like a Metroidvania thing. I guess it's not always the case, but a lot of times a Metroidvania is non-linear. I guess you could make a linear Metroidvania where like you have to go from A to B to C to D to E, even though it's like an open-ended map. But I think like being able to do things out of order, is a nice feature if we can get it in. Let's also put that as optional. Okay, so I like this idea of, we could also have effects that stop the effects of others, but I think for making that we don't have ones that just stop others, but you can only change effects. I see. So like, okay, so what would be like an example? Let's do like examples of things that might happen in our game. In the game. What's something that might what's an effect that would happen on the world, or that would change a room or change a path or something like that. I guess we could do something like I like the idea that we're staying sort of the same, but the world itself is changing. Is kind of cool, right? So like a classic example, we played ukulele, right? So like water to ice, right, is classic. Kind of something that was liquid is solid now. Maybe we can walk across it where we couldn't before. Similarly, we might do like plants growing. We could do time passing, maybe. I'm just trying to think of like other mechanics I've seen in other games that flooding, of course, yes, which allows way through water, but also creates rapids. Oh man, okay, flooding. Yeah, it's like changing the water level, changing the, let's say, what do you call the states of matter? Like, is it just called the state of matter? Like, a solid, a liquid, a gas. Slime that slimes ways up, but also allows us to bounce to new ways or sticks to walls and stuff. Oh, slimes. Oh, fire, of course. Yeah, I can't spell. Like I said, this keyboard is just a little bit laid out, so my right hand is going to be off by one key a lot. Yeah, fire that burns down ways through, but also sets us in fire and heats stuff up. Yeah, fire. Heat is a good one to call out. Man, okay, so we could all do all of these things with like magical potions, right? So we could have like a potion of fire, a potion of slime. You put like a little bit of the potion in water, and it gets all slimy or something. Mercy. Okay. What does our game look like from second to second? Let's say that. What does the game look like from moment to moment? So, for instance, when we made Cake King, from moment to moment, it's a top-down game. I'm wearing my embarrassing programming, carpal tunnel syndrome gloves, which I will be doing while I type for this. In that game, right, it was a top-down game. I don't know why I need my hands to explain this. And we would go between tiles, basically, that were different rooms. With slime, we could have mixed effects. The slime can change effect if mixed with another effect, but that might be too ambitious. Oh, I see. So we could have... Oh, I like that. Let's put that in alchemy, and we'll say, like, combining effects is an interesting idea. Like platformer, like Mario in 2D. Oh, yeah, let's put that as a rule. It's 2D. 1.5. Definitely 2D. I don't know how to do any kind of 3D modeling, whatever. And this is just going to make it easier for us to take assets from the community and stuff. Let me put back on my embarrassing programming gloves. Cool. So maybe a platformer. What are kind of other 2D styles that we could do? Let's see. Okay. I'm interested in... Let's try to make a little character who can run and jump. Let's see what we can do there. That might already be... That could create crazy ideas, though, like flooding to put out some fires to open more ways, but also keeping blocks and effects from both. I find it hard to imagine designing a top-down Metroidvania. So I was trying to, earlier this week, thinking like other ways you could do. I mean, you could... I think if you have a top-down Metroidvania, because I was thinking about this, I think you end up with a lot of abilities that are just basically keys, right? So like something's blocking the way, and I use my ability on it, and now it's opened up. Um, I think that I agree, though, if you want things that are like actually intrinsically letting you get somewhere you couldn't before, you need like different movement abilities. I mean, you could do like a dash or something, but it's a lot of like, oh, we this was a wall before, but now we treat it as an area you could pass over, or whatever. The other thing that I was thinking about, I don't think we should do this time, but just because I love to share my ideas, I was thinking about card game metas, card games with metas, right? Or with decks that have hard counters. So this would be, I don't think we should do this. We'll say no. But the idea was you would encounter different opponents and they would have a deck that is like good against like whatever you have, but there's a hard counter to that deck. And so you have to go and get the cards to be able to beat them. We're not going to do a card game this time though. Someday we'll do a card game. This is not the day. Cool. Okay, I'm on board with trying to do a platformer. Let's see if we can get even that much working. I think we need to think movement through carefully. Agreed, yeah. I tend to agree that that's a good idea. We'll also need to think about just like how to structure our code. So like in Cake King, for instance, we loaded one room at a time, right? And so basically we would have we'd have the room loaded, and when we went to the next room, we'd take away all the objects from this room and paste in the new room that I've moved to. And so I think trying to do something similar where we're basically not rendering the whole thing all the time is going to be important. So we need to decide the idea first. I think that we can fuss with movement a little bit first. I want to see and make sure that that's going to be like a promising start before we like we can be thinking about sort of the larger idea while we try to pin down these basic moment to moment mechanics. I do think that it helps to start really, really zoomed in and then move out to larger and larger ideas, especially or to sort of larger scope or granularity of ideas, especially in a context like this where we might not finish, right? We might not finish our idea. And so if you nail something that works moment to moment and then you say, okay, here's part of our game. Now that part is, here's a screen of our game, right? We start with just our basic mechanic. Then we get a screen. Then we get a few screens that make up a level, say. Then you make a world that's made of levels, whatever. I think that you have kind of more exit points where you can have something that's a deliverable that you could kind of turn in at the end. Okay, so let's do it like this. Who remembers how Unity works? We got the main camera. Good. I want to add something to this. So, oh no. We might need to look at 2D. Can I add a sprite? Let's take a look, actually. I lied. We're going to take a look at Cake King and see how we structured that project. I just want to take a look at that, like what kinds of things we used as the sprites, for instance. Man, that was another thing. Cake King had almost no animation, right? All of the sprites were static. That's something that we'll need to think about too, is how to animate that stuff. Come on, import. Do it. Okay, so I just need to see what kind of assets these even were. So assets, we had resources is where we put this under. And what kind of resource is this? We had, okay, sprites. 2D and UI. Okay. Sprite mode single. Okay, so we're going to make a thing called resources to put here. Cool. Take me back. Let me choose our new project again. This beginning might be a little bit slow going while we just get ourselves oriented again. I wanted to do more of this week, but candidly just got very busy with my IRL work. Create a folder. We're going to call this resources. Great. And how do I go add assets, create 2D sprites? Did we like import stuff? Oh, mercy. Create. Sprites. Did I like a square? Was it a square every time? That seems crazy. But maybe we can start here. Uh-huh. And can I... No. Uh-oh. How do I add this to the scene? Boom. Okay, we got our square. This is great. This will be actually all we need to start, I think. Okay, so I think it can. Can we try to make more moving of a player, like one that has physics with the world? Is that very hard? It'll depend a little bit, but I think we can give it a good. I think we can give it a good try. So let's start by doing it like this. We're going to add a script to this, right? So we're going to say add a component. Oh, we're going to need to add a script first, right? Assets, resources, assets. Where did the scripts go? Packages? No. Scenes? Scripts? Let's do it like this. Add component, please. Let's just add a script. We'll just put it here in resources. F it. C# script. We're going to make this new behavior script called player. Okay, so this is going to be already different than what we did last time, right? Last time we had a top script that was attached to the scene, and all of our logic went there. Everything for like controlling the player and everything else was there. This time we're going to try to attach that logic to the player sprite directly. It'll also be interesting because it'll open up slightly more interesting things we can do, I think. But let's start by going here. So we've got our square. Our square is going to need this player sprite. So let's open player. Help me out. Documents. What do we call this? Metroidvania? Assets. Resources. Player. Right? Boom. Okay, so devotees will remember. No? Okay. Again, this layout is killing me a little bit. So we remember how this works. Basically, this is going to be called at the beginning. Anything that we put in start, anything that we put in update is going to be called after that in a loop. So every time that the game kind of reloads the frame, everything in update is going to be called. So let's look for input.getKey. I don't care how viable this is in a game jam, but I know Rainworld did its creatures' movements and mechanic by making them out of connected physics squares rather than one square. So that might be something that we can kind of do just because... Why? Because we can attach... Like, Unity basically comes with physics built in, right? So that might be something that we can kind of do. Basically, it'll be like this. If we use the actual real... So we won't be able to write our own physics engine, that's for sure. We might be able to use the physics which are built into Unity. If we do that, we'll tend to have less control over how our character moves, right? We're kind of more at the mercy of the physics engine. Whereas if we don't make them physics objects, if we really put in all of our own code for how if we really, specifically define in code exactly how we want them to move, that'll give us a little bit more leverage and a little bit more control over how that works. Okay, let's do it like this. Okay, let's say update is getting called. So how did we do it? Let's see what we did in update here. Excuse me. Okay, so update we said story time, move inventory. Okay, move player, right, was a function that we wrote. So I think that's fine. Well, this is the player though, right? Mercy. Okay, so let's look at what we put in move player last time. Hell yeah, that'd be good and useful, not just for us, but for other stuff as well. The physics, the built-in physics stuff. Let's do it like this. So we could try that actually. Okay, I'm on board. Let's start by doing it like this. Let's see. We've got our square. Let's see if we can add some physics to it. So we're gonna put. I believe. I want to make it so other stuff can really move us about. Okay, that's kind of interesting. I'm on board. Let's see. This is going to be a rigid body 2D. And what happens if I just press play? Will this fall down? That's what we want to see. And hopefully the answer is yes. Great. Cool. What we need to know is how to add. Well, let's see. Let's see if this works. So let's say, watch this. So right away, we're gonna steal some code from here. We're gonna take all of this for detecting which key is pressed, and we're gonna put this here. Though if we make ourselves out of physics, how do we do the skin? What do you mean by do the skin? Like the... So I believe that will basically be like a little rectangle that is having physics applied to it. And we can draw our rectangle character over it. Wait, I had an idea for our skin. It works well with this, actually. A skeleton? Let's... So I see what you're saying, because you're talking about kind of the rain world idea of connecting multiple physics objects together. Let's start by looking at just one physics object and see what we can do with it. So we'll say if up, right? Let's do something really simple. Let's say if left. Do I just do self? This? Yeah, this dot transform dot translate. But I probably want to try to get my rigid body. Let's see what this does. We'll say vector 3 dot left right times what is time delta? What is all this? Let's say left times 4.0f. We'll just see what this does. I just want to see what we get by doing this. And we'll say if right, because I want to see how these controls will interact with the physics rigid body. Okay, I mean, one can work well as well. I mainly think if we move with the world, like being pushed by forces is good. Right, I got you. So if like we can be, yeah, we can, I think that's what's going to happen is we're going to end up trying to apply, like instead of, right now this is translating a certain amount of space left and right, but I think what we're going to end up doing is like applying velocity maybe to our character. But let's see what this does for us. Square is going to need a new component. That component is going to be one of our scripts. And it's saying that we did something wrong. So we'll make this a player. And they are totally right because I need to put semicolons here because I have been writing too much Python code. Okay. Does that... Vector 3 does not contain a definition for left. Sure it does. What is it supposed to be? Vector 3 dot up, down... Oh, yes, it's got to be lowercase. Okay. The casing is really inconsistent in Unity, I find. Okay. So if we go for changing the world ID, I think we need a central area which always allows us out of sticky paths. Like always an area that allows us not to get soft locked. I see what you mean. Oh, well, hold on. We got to be quick. We got to be quick to test this because we're going to hit the floor. Okay, it seems like that doesn't work. What if I took off the rigid body real quick? If we remove this, because we didn't do anything to it. Let's just see if this much works. Oh, you know what? I'm pressing the wrong buttons. I'm dumb. Oh! Okay, we're a little bit fast. Why? Okay, let's do it like this. Let's just say right and left. Let's see what that does. So before we put the physics back on, let's just try getting this to move us a reasonable amount. Okay, so here we should be just stuck. Still kind of crazy fast, eh? Like if a rabbit pushes us down into paths, we need to be pushed to an area we actually cannot, an area we can actually not get stuck in, right? Yeah, that's something we're gonna need to think about as we're doing this more. Okay, what is the time delta? Where did the time on this here? We're multiplying all this by time.delta time. Should I just do that? Let's just do that. I can't remember what that is, but let's just see what it is. I think it's to do with the... It's lowercase, it's camel case? Okay. delta time. And if we had time to intricately design this, I guess, we could work out paths for every possible change. But since we don't have that time, a simple centralized area that connects to all paths is easier. I see what you mean. Yeah, so maybe we'll have to think about like having some kind of a hub and spokes kind of a layout. Okay, let's see if this works. Ah, that time delta is what we needed. Okay. And let's say we're going to go, let's just define this here. So we're going to say float, speed, scale equals, we'll say 4.0f, right? So, because that's how fast we moved in Cake King, so obviously that's how fast we want to move here. Times speed scale. Oh my god, this keyboard. I literally had to choose between broken keyboard or keyboard with a different layout. Okay, let's see what we got. This is like baby time programming, what we're doing right now, by the way, but it'll get more complicated. We'll get into it. Okay, so here's our little thing moving. Now the question is, can I we can also conceptualize that kind of area nicely and well, like magic towers or something. We could have multiple of these as well if we end up with a bigger map. Oh, so you could like go from kind of hub to hub. Yeah, I can kind of imagine what you mean. Okay, let's make this let's try putting some physics on this bad boy. So rigid body 2D. He's gonna fall. We can actually reduce the gravity if we want. Okay. This is kind of working. Check it out. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a ground in as well. Let's put in another square. Can I do this here? So watch, we're just going to put in like really basic stuff to start. Come on. How did I do this? I did this literally moments ago. Boom. Okay, this is square one. And we're going to call this square floor. And this square is going to go, can I just move this around? Or do I have to set the position here? That seems crazy, but maybe. -2, -3, -4, -5. Great. Check it out. So we got -5. And again, these are all things that we're going to make better later. We want the X to be wide, so make this like ×5. Make this ×10. Great. And we're also going to put a rigid body 2D on this. So we may need to put some kind of a colliding thing on this as well. Physics 2D, let's say, does it need to be a collider? Let's just say it's a rigid body 2D. What will happen? Will we hit this? Good stuff, the place to put the stuff that actually changes the world as well. Oh, that also falls. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. That makes sense that the floor would also be affected by gravity, unless we set gravity scale to 0. Boom. But it might... Can I, like, lock it in place? Constraints. Freeze position, X, Y. And freeze rotation, Z. Boom. Okay, so the floor is super stuck. It has no gravity on it. Our dude should go down and hit it now. Or whatever. Okay, so we got to see how to make these things actually collide. Which will create an actually somewhat unique structure of a design, centralizing around this world changing, which is like a survival game, but not often in Metroidvanias, which often goes a design more going up or down. Oh, sure, like going up in Dracula's castle, or later going back down in Dracula's castle. Sleeping mode start awake, collision detection continuous, I guess. And what about here? Can you have collision detection continuous too? And let's see what happens. Will these cause each other to hit? No. Shoot! Discrete. Okay, this might be something that I'm not going to be able to just eyeball out. We might need to just look this up. Because I probably also need a collider, right? I sort of remember this. We could take a look at how we did this in Cake King. Oh, but it'll be in the code here, right? Where is collides? Yeah, what do I do with collides? If collides, add a rigid body and add a constraint. Okay, hold up. Stop this. We had a rigid body constraint 2D freeze all. Oh, it has a box collider 2D. Otherwise, it's trigger equals 2. True. Rigid body 2D. Gravity scale 0. Constraints, freeze all. That seems right. How do we make it so our character hit this, though? Let's look for our player. Sorry, let's look at this. Hey, Poggy Woggy, thank you for the light snacks. I appreciate it. Welcome. We're working on a game jam. It's a bit of a slow start, if I'm totally honest, but I haven't used Unity in quite a long time, so we're sort of getting reoriented here. Is triggers true? Okay, so right now what I'm doing is we're looking at code from the game that we wrote last game jam, because I don't remember how any of this works, if I'm totally honest. And Zelda says, then we have to think of ingredients. I want to have choices here. Like, what if we use one ingredient, or we can trade it for a worse one with the guy, but we also get some stuff like a raft of his to help more? Oh, I see. So having like an inventory. Okay, so we might need like an inventory to do that, but we can make that. Pogawag says, this is way beyond anything I understand. Well, if it helps, this is what we have so far. Ready? I know you're going to be impressed. I tried learning Python for maths at one point and gave up. I think that programming is... So I am a programmer professionally, although you wouldn't guess it from the progress we've made here so far. Don't open Minecraft. Don't be tempted. No, I didn't mean to click it. I think that programming has a really... Like, if there was a difficulty curve, it's like a vertical line and then like a smoother slope after that. Like, it's really, really hard to get your head around it first. That was my experience, anyway. Please, Minecraft, I beg you to not open. Okay. Mercy. So let's look for our player. Okay, here's our player character. So what is his deal? He's got a Collide Child. Okay, so here's our player character we added before. He has a rigid body 2D. Collision detection mode is continuous. Never sleep. Is that required? What is a Collide Child? Okay, fine, we'll look. Let's look at it. Inkjam, assets, Collide Child. It's nothing. Oh, it's nothing. Got it. That's right. This was so like when things collided, we could like, it was weird. It was just acting as pointers. Piotr basic inventories. It only needs ingredients. I want all effects to affect the world. So like items from others isn't to our inventory. Oh, but added to the world like rafts added or ladders to climb. Okay, we can do that too. So you could actually... Right, so that means that you're going to need to maintain some kind of a world state, right? Where we can, besides the our inventory, I guess, could be a part of it. But we want to know, like, basically things like... you could almost think of it like the world is going to have an inventory. Okay, we could do that. That's actually... I got to not be tempted to go down... kind of the more abstract stuff, like, because that stuff I know how to do, because I kind of know how to program. The things that I really don't, we need to figure out are like how to do the Unity specific stuff. Okay, if that makes any sense. Maybe not. Okay, so my player character we added. Collides is true. So he's got rigid body 2D, freeze rotation, continuous collision, never sleep. Let's see if this does anything. So there's our rigid body 2D, right? Collision detection, continuous. Sleeping mode, never sleep. Floor, collision detection. And then what do our walls look like? When we say collides, how did that work again? Freeze all, but it didn't need to be awake all the time. It was just that one. Okay. In theory, he said, having no idea what he's doing, this will make these two things hit each other. Everybody, pray. It won't work. No! Collide! Okay. Sleeping mode? Oh. Continuous. Why this does not work for me. If collide. So it has... Oh, it needs a box collider 2D! Maybe. Okay, let's add one. I would do that. Add component. What is that going to be? Physics, maybe? but not a box collider 2D. And then this one, the square, is also going to have box collider 2D. Will this make it work? Everybody pray. Okay, here's a cool choice. Hey, look! Oh my god, we're gaming. Oh yeah! Mercy. Piotr Bizzle basic inventory. It only needs ingredients. Oh, I already read this. Okay, here's a cool choice. Having metal door paths, which are like airlock doors underwater, but overheats doing more damage than the fire. Okay, we're pretty far away from that, but yeah. Damn, I just saw we have Mingus emote, lol. Hell yeah. Okay, so that's what we needed. We needed to know how to make these collide. What we need to... Okay, so let's make it so if we press space, we jump. Maybe, right? Or we'll say if we press up, which will be the W key, we'll say if up... Can I say this dot get component? Can I do like this? Rigid body 2D. I don't know if this is going to work. Dot. Oh, I wish I had like autocomplete. Okay, we got to go to the docs because we got to see what we can do with a rigid body 2D. We avoided it as long as we could. Unity rigid body 2D. Tell me what these... Oh, look, we were here before. Cake King! Oh, yeah. Oh, I was going to say the Mingus emote. So I'd added it a long time ago. But at the last minute, I was like not really happy with it. Add force. This is what we want. I wasn't really happy with it. And so it was approved, but not active for a long time. And then I just lowered my standards. And I was like, let's just put it in. I'm not going to go back and make this better later. Let's just do it. Okay, so... Add force, what does this take? So this add force function takes a vector 2 and a force mode, but that's an optional parameter. So we're not going to set that. So let's try adding force. If up, and we'll say, add force. How hard could it be? We need a vector 2. The Cake King emote looks good. Yeah, that one I drew basically, I drew on the computer. But, you know, I drew it out specifically to be an emote. I got to take that kind of care every time we do this. So it's got to be a new vector 2. So I guess it's going to just have an x and a y, right? So let's say 0.0f. So we're not adding any force. And let's just add 1 up. I think this may be a moment where we find out that 1 is either a ton of force or hardly any force at all. But let's find out what that does. All compiler errors have to be fixed. Okay, what's the compiler error? Player does not have a definition for get component. True. Is that true? Fine. How do I get the component from here? Oh, you know what we got to do? Wow. Is this going to work? Serialized field. This actually might work. Private, what do you want to call this? Private, before we try this, let's just say this dot rigid body 2D. We'll say, okay, let's do it like this. Let's actually search instead of trying to make stuff up. I forgot which streams the frown was from, but Newt's instantly mentioned it. I can't remember either. Something really bullcrap happened. Okay, we want to say unity, get component from script. Blah, 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 blah. Game object.get component. Get component example, mono behavior. This, game object.get component. Oh. Can I just do game object? They didn't declare a game object. Will that work? Suspicious. Let's see. Get component. There's no way. But we'll try it. Let's see. Probably this won't work, but let's see. They're going to say we don't know what is a method which is not valid in the given context. Game object get component. Okay, well, how do you want me to do it? Uh-huh. Game object get components. Does this have to be... But in this case, look, this isn't... Use game object get component will return the first component that is found and the order is undefined. If you expect there to be more than one component at the same time, use get components instead. How do I get the game object that's here? This is what I need to do. I need to go... Can I add a... Create empty? Let's say... Okay, let's look here. Get component script. Trying to get component of another game object. No, I want to get a game component of this object. Let's see. How to get the first script from game object while having property, blah, blah, blah. Why is game component? People who don't know how to do this. In fairness, I don't either. Get component of current game object from script. Will this work? It's the primary way of accessing components. Don't tell me about JavaScript. Mono behavior. This is where we are. Game object. They're saying it doesn't make sense in this context, even though doesn't mono behavior have a game object on it? I'm getting all these calls. I'm getting all these spam calls. How do we find out? Why I would look for a game object. Oh, it does have a game object. The game object this component is attached to. A component is always attached to a game object. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So that should work. Why are they saying that it is not valid in the given context? Okay. Unity method, not valid. This is a lot of what programming is, by the way. In the given context. Bam. Method which is not valid in the given context. Need help. Blah, 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 blah. You say... Some taken by team. If so, maybe something like if is a member function, but use it as a static function. Use it as a member on an object. Oh, you don't think this will just work? No way. We tried this before, right? And it said get component is nothing. Oh, this is what I wanted to avoid, if I'm honest. It's a little bit of a hard problem to fix because here we literally declared all of our game objects in this top level script and added them to the scene from here. Whereas now I'm trying to I'm trying to do this right, basically. I'm trying to attach scripts to the game objects themselves. And it's sort of not working. It's a method which is not valid in the given context. How can you say this? Here's my player script player. So this is a game object. So be fixed before you can enter the player mode. Okay, can I recompile? Please. Get component Come on. Scene view. Why is it not showing me the compile errors anymore? Can I get rid of these? Is a method, but it's not valid in the given context. Absolutely don't open Dreamweaver. T is a method which is not valid in the given context. Okay, let's keep looking at results of what that could mean. I want to know a fun fact? Get a photo of a Teletubby and cover the top half and arms with your hand and look what's left? No, that sounds incredibly sus. I would never. I'm on to you. I imagined it in my mind's eye. Object get type is a method which is not... First line is totally pointless compared to the second one. The idea of getting a property is bad, not good for maintenance. Okay, this is a classic method which is not valid in the given context. Unity forum. Oh, you have a method named reload and a field name reload. Okay. Oh, so check it out. This is what we have to do. So what they were saying is this is what they were trying to say in their incredibly difficult to understand way was that this is a method, right? So we were treating it like it was a field, which is basically like a piece of information that's connected to this game object. But actually, it's a method, which means it's like a function that you call, an action that takes place. And so literally, I think we just have to put those parentheses there. I think that should make it work. That's the fun of programming. I think it was literally just missing parentheses. But we have a different compiler error, maybe. Do we? Let's see. No, maybe not. Okay, let's see if we... So this makes me go left and right. Look, so you can see... Well, you probably can't see because it's so small. But we're adding force, but it's like no force at all on this rigid body. Can I see the force? Okay, so let's suppose that... Okay, well, this is what we're going to do. We're going to just make this 100 times as strong. And we're going to make it too much, hopefully, and see what happens then. Also, I found out yesterday from a streamer and saw a somewhat weirder version of Teletubbies called Booba, a kid's show called Booba. I actually am familiar with this. I remember hearing about this way back in the day. Okay. And it comes back down? And it comes back down? I can see the position. It's coming. It'll be here. Okay, that's a hilarious amount of force. Let's make that 1/4 or 1/5 as much. And we'll just dial this in a little bit. This is just going to be an experiment to see about... This is a thing that's going to be adding a force. So before we're explicitly moving this on the screen, now we're adding force to the physics object. That's what that is. And you can see... I mean, this is what we've got right now. They wear these dumb costumes and dance like for a kid's show. They joked trying to explain that to someone and seem sane or normal. I said, just say I handle Booba and don't elaborate. No need to elaborate. Oh, Metroidvania Jam. What is the game idea? Hey, Mick Creates Games. Welcome. Mercy, we're struggling a little bit because I haven't used Unity in about 6 months. So we've got a prompt, which is alchemy. Today is the first day, though. We're just trying to get, like, even the basic movement mechanics and stuff down. In particular, in our last game jam we did in Unity, we used, like, box colliders and stuff, basically just to tell when objects were touching each other in 2D, but we didn't really do anything with the physics, and that's kind of something that I want to leverage in this game. So it's a little bit of an experimentation right now to figure out how that even works. The other thing that we're doing is... So, sorry, I know that that's not an answer to your question. The answer to your question is, I don't really know. The theme is alchemy. We have this idea that maybe alchemy is about change, and so we want areas that we've previously been to be changed by things that we do, but that's obviously very vague. That's about the extent of the idea we have right now. So can we tell... What we really want to do, when we press up, we can add force to our character, right? That's great. But what we want to be able to do is have, like, a limited number of jump, right? Because I don't want a jetpack, basically. I want to jump, right? And what we have right now is jetpack, right? Here's our little box standing on a plank, right? We can press up to add more force, but that's not a jump. So what we want to be able to do is detect when we've hit something on the ground and, like, reset our jump when that happens. And so then we can have a Boolean, which is going to say, am I jumping right now, or do I have, like, a new jump ready to go? We could also maybe, instead of having that as a Boolean, oh, there he goes. We could have that as a number. And then you could potentially have multiple jumps that way. So you could have like one jump or one integer that's your remaining jumps and one that's your maximum jumps or something like that. Okay, but we need to think about how we can tell when we're on the ground. So contacts. It's got a contact 0. So look, you can see that when we hit the ground, this contacts, I mean, I don't know, it's probably very small. But this contact is being populated. And so what I think we want to do is when we contact with something, we want to see if it's a floor. And if it is a floor, then we want to like reset our number of jumps, basically. So what does that mean? That means we need to be able to tell it's a floor. If you want to see true insanity for a kid show, look up Jigsaw Mr. Nosybonk. That sounds like absolute terror. I don't think that I dare to do this. Okay, so the good news is, we did this last game jam a little bit, right? Got collision detected, collider. Right, so this has a collider 2D on it, right? I see going with 2D platformer, noise. I think that's the way we're gonna go. Yeah, so last time we did like a top-down kind of game, and it was like a little adventure game, basically. You got to move around, a bunch of screens, kind of like Zelda style. You must dare to look it up someday. I'll look up after the stream, rather. I'll post in the Discord. Jigsaw Mr. Nosybonk. I can remember that. How could I ever forget it? We wanted to do a different thing. Top down is my specialty. It's honestly, I like that format a lot. I think it's cool if you want to make like a big, because we made it kind of, I mean, in enormous quotation marks, open world. And you could just kind of go all over the place. And I think that top-down style works really well for that. Mercy. Okay, so we need to know when this collides with something, right? So let's do it like this. So on update, so let's first move this out to its own function, right? Just make this easy to keep organized. So we'll say void move player. And so this move player is going to, except it needs to be uppercase because we're doing C#, right? And I can't type because this keyboard is just spaced out a little weird. Platformers as well. Oh, okay. And Zeldare says, hello, welcome. Did you... Oh, come from Myst? Oh, we were playing Myst yesterday. That might be what they're referring to. Okay. I also hate this bracket style, but it's fine. Myst the game? I think they're referring to the fact that we were playing Myst yesterday. I'm new here. Ah, welcome. Okay, so move player, so this is easy enough, right? We're just going to grab all this, take that out of here. Let's put that here. Boom, great. And then on update, we need to do move. Except let's not call it mover player, because that's madness. Oh, yeah! Terraria has redeemed. Oh, yeah, there you go. Hello, hey, John Beadle, what's up? Oh, you can see me really struggle to program in Unity. It's a little bit embarrassing, actually. I've only written C# one time before, the last time that we did a game jam, and I'm struggling to do it again. A lot of new people here for the game jam. Well, John Beadle has been here before. Maybe you would remember they were here when we did the New Year's stream. All right, so here's our little dumb idea, right? So move player. So we also need to be able to detect collisions, right? So we'll do, let's say, how did we do this last time? Get component collision detected. Collider. On trigger, okay, so this is a collide child on trigger, state 2D, collider, 2D, collider. Mercy. I don't remember what we were doing there at all. So we're looking at also the code that we wrote last time, which is not very good. Oh, I remember. Okay, cool. Let's see. Did I do anything with collide here? Let me just search for collision detected. Boom. Flip void collision detected collider 2D. How did we... Will this get called if I just put a method called collision detected? Let's find out. Let's find out. We'll go... void... Oh, you know what? No, this isn't gonna work because this was here where we had the child. Right, I remember this now. So we attached this collider. I don't remember. This was basically a weird thing where like we wanted the child's game component to call this method collision detected on its parent. Or to call it on like this top script. Oh, that file was arranged really badly, or that project was arranged really badly. Okay, so collision detected is not actually just going to be called, but what caused this to be called? On trigger stay 2D. So let's search for on trigger stay 2D because I don't remember how this works. On trigger stay 2D. Boom. Teach me. Monobehavior.onTrigger stay 2D. Send each frame where another object is within a trigger collider attached to this object. 2D physics only. Okay, so will this just get called? Is the question. If we have a collider on this player, will that get called? I do not know. Let us find out. Here we go. Okay, so how would we do this? Do I have just like a print to console? This is how basic we are. It's like, how do I print to console in Unity? Okay, Unity print to console. Make sure you check the on trigger inspector check. Oh, okay, cool. Debug.log. That's what I want, probably, right? So we'll say, fine. We will go log. Let's just say ding. But it has to be double quotation marks because I'm not writing Python. Great. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, and you mentioned that this needs to be on trigger in the inspector check. Okay, right. So this is going to be, is trigger. On trigger, is trigger? Do we probably have to do that for both of them, right? Let's find out. Debug does not contain a definition for log. Don't say that. It's because it has to be uppercase, because I'm dumb. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Cool, cool, cool. Thank you for the heads up. That's honestly, little tips like that, honestly going to save me a ton of time. Because that's just a Google search that I don't have to do. And a Google search that I don't have to realize that I have to do. Okay, let's see this bad boy. So hopefully this will spam the console. Ding! And then it's gone? That I didn't expect. Every part of that was what I expected, except that the square disappeared. Not quite sure what to make of that. Oh, it fell through. Oh, so are we overriding some default behavior here by overriding this method? Because why aren't they like they're overlapping, but they're not hitting each other anymore? I mean, in a pinch, in a stupid pinch, which I'm not against, we could put two things down. You could have one which is like invisible, that's like this is the top of the floor, and then the object which is the floor. But let's not do that. Let's see if we can understand why this would be. What if I didn't have this trigger? Then I imagine this just won't work, right? So I know that you told me this. I believe you. I just want to see so I can understand how this works. Right, and then it doesn't trigger, which is what we expect. It probably doesn't. Okay. Bzz, bzz, bzz. What if just the floor triggers? Then we're going to fall through the floor, and it's not going to say ding. That's my prediction. No, it does say ding, and we do fall through the floor. And what if we invert that? And what if we switch that around? Let's see it again. Also does the same thing. Okay. Cool. How do I mean, okay, so one thing that we could do, that's what I'm tempted to do. So I'm tempted to say, like, we'll have the trigger be a sprite that's, like, on top of this. And then this whole thing is a collider, if that makes sense. So you would go, like, let's actually do that. So check it out. So the floor itself, so square is not going to be a trigger. Floor is not going to be a trigger. But there's going to be a new floor, which is a secret on top of that floor. This is going to be, we'll call this floor top. I don't know. This is an experiment. We're not going to keep this code. Right, so this is going to be floor top, and where floor is at -5 and it's 1011, we'll say this is at -5, and we're going to put this at -4? -4, excuse you. -2. -4.5. Good. And we'll make this like 9.5. 9.5. Not 9 divided by 5, although it is interesting that that works. Right, so this is like our landing area, I guess, if that makes sense. Let's make this even smaller. Let's make this even closer, like negative 4.8. I don't know. Boom, right? So we'll hit this one. Oh, this is going to need all this stuff again, right? Does it need a rigid body and a box collider? Probably. I don't know. We need to put a rigid body 2D, add component, physics 2D, box collider 2D, bam. Box collider 2D, this needs to be a trigger. Boom. This will maybe work. Will it work? We'll see. Will it say ding when we collide with this? Oh, that's funny. Speaking of, please freeze this in place. Please freeze this in place. Let's do that. Let's freeze this so it doesn't fall down, which is pretty funny, but not really what we need. Ding. Boom. It said ding down here. Cool. So check it out. So what I want to do is, I want to say, our player is going to have a private field, right? Which is going to be called, let's call it jumps remaining. I don't know. Oh, it needs to be, look at me, you can tell I'm writing Python all the time. Int jumps remaining is 0, and we'll say it needs a semicolon because I don't know how to program, and imps max jumps equals, we'll say 1, right? And so, we will say if up, I imagine, and jumps remaining is greater than 0, then do the jump, right? And then when I hit this, we'll say jumps remaining, this dot, jumps remaining, and I just remembered the one part that I missed, equals this dot, max jumps. Gotta learn to type at some point. I don't know. I've been programming for I don't know how many years. Never bothered to learn to type properly. That's fine. And the one thing that, of course, we're forgetting is that here we need to say this dot jumps remaining minus minus. So what does this code do? Does that not work? In C? In C sharp, I can do this, right? Minus minus? No? Well, not minus minus 1. That's nonsense. But, can I do this? Let's go. What do you think? C sharp, decrement, integer. It is a plus plus. Okay, that works. Boom, great. By 1, you can do minus minus or plus. You can do it before or after. That's fun. Okay, so basically, when we press up, if we have at least one jump remaining, then we'll subtract one jump and add force. When we're colliding with the floor, our jumps get reset to our max jumps, right? Now, what's going to happen is this is not going to be enough force. So our little dude is going to just barely tap and not escape from here, is my guess. We'll see. We'll see if this works. We're experimenting. We're fussing around with the movements. Yeah, that's about what we expected. Oh, look at him. Okay, so that's not enough. But we're getting there. That's pretty funny, actually. Okay, let's go like this. Let's stop the simulation right now. And we can... Let's do it like this. We're going to go... This is not where we're going to store these things long term, but we'll say jump scale equals... What is it right now? 20.0f. Let's call this 100. This is going to be too much, but we're going to dial it in. We're going to do a binary search here. Okay, and so then or we'll call this jump force, maybe? Isn't jump force like a game? This is called jump force. Jump force is now in our game. It's an official spiritual sequel. Jump force. Boom. Okay, so now we should jump more. if that works correctly. And our dude is a physics dude, which means we get gravity kind of for free, and we can apply other forces to our square man if we want. Right? So boom. Okay, gravity feels a little light, but that's okay. Why does this feel so bad and rigid? Because I don't know. But what's important is we can copy these around. Oh, it's kind of charming. I know it's nothing to look at all, but it is fun. Oh, you know what? We got to lock our rotation because otherwise strange things will happen. Right? We'll be able to go. So check out what else we can do. We also need I reckon we need a jump cooldown. So if you jump, you can't jump again right away, right? I got to have like a, let's do a jump cooldown equals, I don't know. And let's say int max jump cooldown. So when we jump, we want to not be able to jump again immediately. But do we know how many frames per second this runs at? That might be a weird question. Probably. That's got to be in like our project somewhere, right? Game. I guess we don't quite know. That's why we use the time delta, or the delta time thing, right? Let's actually not do this for now. Let's just say we have one jump. We will think about double jumping later. But let's just see that this basic idea works to begin. So I'm going to do it like this. Can I like link these things together? Yeah. And then can I copy this? And can I paste a bunch of these around? That would be very cool if I could do that. And we will put this floor at like, check it out. -2, -3, whatever. And let's put this over to the side, right? So if we put this at like -4, -8, who knows? Right over there. Let's see if this will do what we want it to do. We might not be able to get all the way up there. I forgot to also freeze our rotation. Well, that's not really quite what we wanted. And in particular, our left and right controls get all screwed up when we are rotating. So, square, please do not rotate anymore. I would like to freeze rotation Z. Boom. Great. Let's try that again. Mercy, we got a long way to go, eh? Yeah, so now I won't be able to make this jump. I love it! We're doing it! Please! Please! Okay, so let's do it like this. Let's go, jump force, like 200. Let's see what that does. Before anything else. Okay, so we're programming now. Look at that. Now there's some little problems here. Like if I'm, well actually, look, but now I can't double jump. So these actually need to be as wide as these platforms. Because otherwise I can get stuck here. Question, can we have rotation but make sure we don't go spinning like crazy? Like a slight turn. Maybe. Well, so, I mean, if you think about like, so right now it kind of looks fine because our guy is a little square. But if you had like an animated sprite, you would imagine that like, you know, imagine your character has a run cycle and they're at this angle. It'll look kind of weird. I mean, it can be done. That's what I always tell my boss. They're like, can you do this thing? And I always tell them it can be done. What you're asking me to do, it can be done. It might not be a good idea though. Anything you want to do, we can do. Okay, so let's make this 1. Make this the same size. I see. Yeah. What if we just do this like 1? Boom. Okay, so now, and again, you'll be able to see. Actually, can we just take off? Okay. So that kind of works. It's very sluggish, if I'm totally honest, but we can dial those things in. And it is important. I don't want to seem like I'm hand-waving them away. It is important to get the controls right. But those numbers can be adjusted from here. What did I want to do? What I wanted to do, great question, was see if we could turn off the sprite renderer. And then that raised the question of, is the sprite render necessary? And I'm 90% sure the answer is no. Okay, here's our cool game. Look, we're gamers. And look, I hit the ceiling. Whoop! Now, why did that happen? That happened because I was able to jump again. Ah! So instead of adding force, maybe we need to set the force. Right? Because what's basically happening is, so let's watch the, on our rigid body 2D, which is here, we can see, can we see the, like, velocity? Oh, this has got to be on our square. So basically, we've got some force on our little man already, and then we pass through the, like, jump zone here, and we basically are doing a double jump, but it's just, like, stacking our velocity. So we do, like, a crazy jump, which is not really what we want. We might be okay with having, like, jump again as soon as we're here, but it shouldn't let us do a super jump that way. That doesn't make any sense. So let's see if instead of add force, we can do like a set force. So we were looking at rigid body 2D. Rigid body 2D, we had add force. See also add force at position, add torque, add force, force mode 2D. Let's see. Add force, is there like a set rotation? Add point velocity. The velocity, get vector, add torque, add relative force. Relative to its coordinate system, that's not really what we need. How do we do this? So one way we could do it is we could say, if you are, can we like reset force or something? What are our public, are there public properties? Yeah, properties, center of mass, freeze rotation, mass position, velocity. I feel like I don't want to set this directly, probably. Can we still be knocked around on rafts and stuff through, though, with physics? I think so. Yeah, I think we'll be able to. How can I do this? It's time to go rigid body 2D, set force. Add force. How do I set a specific force to a rigid body? Somebody's going to say add force. The problem is you want to add an instantaneous force where add force is applied over time in physics. For an instantaneous force, in your case, hitting the jump button once, you need to use force mode.impulse. Interesting. Okay, let's try that first. And is that going to have to be a vector 3? Okay, so previously I'd said we don't need to care about this, but actually we probably do. Force mode, is it a uppercase force mode? It sure is. Okay. Let's see what this does differently. Dot impulse. Uppercase. Yes. Please. Let's see what this does differently. What will this change? All compiler errors have to be fixed. What compiler errors? Vector 2 does not contain a constructor to take 3 arguments. Okay. That is because that's supposed to be like this. Parentheses in the wrong place. Unity Force Mode 2D. Sure. How about this? Please. Okay, so we go, is there a Force Mode 2D called Impulse? All compilers have to be fixed before you can enter play mode. No, I think this is fixed now. Am I wrong? No, I'm right. Okay, cool. What does impulse do differently? Oh! He's coming back. Well, it's a lot of force to have added to it. I think I made a small mistake. It's still going up. Look, you can see the velocity here is decreasing, but man, oh man, oh man, it's high. Okay, so let's bring that jump force way down. Since impulse is now different, let's make that 1/100th of what it was and see what that does for us. Pretty fun. We're going to be dialing a lot of stuff in just because I'm not as familiar with these tools, and so there's going to be a lot of feeling out how they work. I don't have a good, instinct for it. Hey, that looks better. We can still kind of get a super jump that way, though. So that may need to be reset or be fixed. Can I change my Y velocity to be 0 when I jump? Or right before I jump? It's a little goofy. We might have to fiddle with how wide these boys are. Or another thing that we might do is instead of having our player connect with the ground, he might have little feet. The same way that these have an invisible thing on top, he might have an invisible thing on the bottom. Okay. So Mercy. So that kind of works. Can I also do game object get component, rigid body 2D, blah, blah, blah. Can I set velocity to 0? Is that something evil I'm not supposed to do? If you want to use forces, don't set the transform's position. Just add force. Magnitude of the vector is the amount of force added. Blah, 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 blah. Let's say rigid body 2D. Set velocity. Yeah. Other people want to do this. Am I allowed to access this directly? The add force, drag, angular velocity. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I can kind of do it. Is there a down arrow key to move the rigid body downwards? And they're adding velocity, which actually might be what we want to do with our left and right. Do you want to try that? So before we fix this, let's try, instead of doing a translate. No, please. Let's do it like this. So dot set velocity. Nope, dot velocity. Oh, this would also be an add force though, right? Maybe that's a mistake. It's going to be actually very similar to this. And we'll call this 4 is going to be too high. We'll call this speed scale. Let's call this speed force, because that's just a cool word. Mercy. And we'll do... That's not right. -1 times speed force will take us to the left, and then 0. So these are the x and y components, right? So we want to add a negative y component, which is basically moving backwards, or moving to the left, and then we'll do the exact same thing here, except it'll just be a positive number. And we will see what that looks like. And the answer will probably be really goofy, but it's part of the journey. All part of the journey. Let's see it. Is that going to compile? The game's like, your code is dumb, but it does compile. It's not incorrect. It's just stupid. Oh my god, there he goes. Okay, we should have known. Yeah, it can't be an add force, can it? It has to be velocity. I was wrong. Dot velocity equals new vector 2. We're going to need to change this around. So this is going to make us zip back and forth, or this is going to make us do hard changes in direction, but I don't think that'll be that different from what we were doing before. So we'll go speed -1 times speed force This is kind of fun. I hope that this is not too boring to watch while we're just experimenting with how our controls could work. I do think it's a good idea to try to lean into the physics that are built into Unity, even though it is taking me a little bit out of my comfort zone here. Let's see. All right, well, that's hilariously too slow. Oh, you know what, though? Because look, left and right, I'm doing that wrong. So this is what the bug is. The bug is I'm saying set the velocity to be 0. The vertical velocity to be 0, which means that we can basically float, which like basically prevents us from jumping. What we need to do is not set... This needs to be the same as our current horizontal velocity, current vertical velocity, not philosophy. I don't even know how to speak. Oh, you know what? This is not going to work ultimately. That's okay. We'll fiddle with this. Dot what? Y? Dot Y? We can look. Let's look at velocity. What does it have? Velocity. Moving equals true. Yeah. Oh, that actually might be important. No, it doesn't. It's not important. They define it themselves. Vector 2. What are your x and y? I just need to know if they are uppercase or lowercase. They're lowercase. Okay, great. Y. And so this should hopefully make it so we don't reset our vertical velocity. We only reset our horizontal velocity with or we only change our horizontal velocity with our left and right keys. Let's see. Oh, lots to do. Okay. Well, it's still too slow, but look, it doesn't break our jump anymore. So let's turn this way up. We had this at 4 before. Let's put it back to 4. Well, these are things that... So these values really should be constants, and they shouldn't be defined in Move Player. This is not really where these values belong. We'll move them out. We'll do some refactoring later. Okay. Oh, look, and now we kind of slide because we're using... So that is different. So yeah, so now that our left and right movement is being kind of dictated by physics instead of, kind of manually changing the coordinates of the object, now we slide a little bit. It's pretty goofy. Okay, but we didn't fix the double jump, did we? Did my jump just get worse? Why did my jump get so nerfed? Okay, so I think that's okay. We might try to increase the drag or something on this. We'll see how we can do this, but let's leave that alone for now. Let's do jump force increase. So the other thing that we need to do is we need to say if... Basically what I want is for my jump to work in a similar way. So I actually don't want this jump to add force. I was wrong. I think we want this to also change the velocity. So check this out. We're going to go take the velocity. We're going to change the x to be GameObject.getComponent blah, 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 dot x. So your jump is not going to change your horizontal, your x coordinate, or your x axis velocity, but it is going to reset your y velocity to a positive number that we're going to call jump force. These names are now misnomers because they're not really forces, but that's okay. And let's set it to 6, and we'll see what that does. I think that this will get us closer to the thing that we want to do. Boom. And look, so our jump doesn't stack anymore, basically, which is good. We can jump from one to the other, but it doesn't result in us doing a super jump, which I think is good. Okay, so here's my idea. let's turn that drag down. I lied. I said we weren't going to care about that, but I think actually we should do that now. Angular drag, linear drag. Can I just make my little man... No, we'll leave it alone. It's fine. So we're gonna tighten these controls later, but let's start here for now. I think that the next thing that we need to do is think about how these areas are going to be arranged, right? So right now, what am I trying to say? Right now we have one screen with some stuff on it. We don't want the game to be tracking all of the stuff all of the time. I think that we want to be loading in parts as we go. And so the same way that we thought about rooms in Cake King, where we had like a room and you go to the next room and it unloads everything in this room and loads everything that's in the next room as we transition screens. I think we want to do something similar here and be able to kind of pack up and unpack sections of the screen or load and unload parts of the screen. Maybe that's too much to try to do right now. Maybe I should just have fun and work on the controls. Let's see. The other thing that I want to do, I want to try to stick the camera onto the square. Is that allowed? Will this make me throw up? Let's find out. Will this make me... Ah, there we go. That is actually kind of what I want. Okay. So check it out. And does my square's position still count as changing? It does. That's good. That's what we needed to know. Okay, so now we've got this camera that's falling around my little man. He's always going to be in the center of the screen. We can build out a little world for him to run around on. And let's do that because we've been working hard. We deserve a little treat. Let's go scale. This is just going to be 8. And we'll copy this a little bit. We'll duplicate it, I guess. And then we'll put this one at like, I don't know. I wish I could just drag these around on the screen. Maybe there's a way that I can do that. We'll look into it later. Let's put this at, and we'll put this at like negative 16. I don't know. Let's see if that will work. So can we go run over there and see that thing? Okay. All right, we're getting there. So here's literally what we've got so far. Sweet mercy. It is, so the controls feel real bad. Again, that's something that we'll try to dial in, but we just want to get like the basics kind of functionality even working at all. Got our beautiful white square man. So what I'd really like to do is I'd like when, I mean, maybe this will kind of work. But I like it if like objects were kind of packed together. So like if this is not supposed to be on screen, if this is like pretty far off screen, I don't want the game to be keeping track of it anymore. Is that what I want to do? What can we do next? We should come up, let's make a to-do list because we're at that point. We're at the point of needing one. So let's minus this. We'll start thinking about the things we got to do to make this start to come together. So, to-dos. We need to group objects. We'll say game objects together. We need to think about an inventory. We need to think about actually having an idea for a game. We'll say fleshing out game idea. And let's put in object that can be picked up. Right? So that obviously is being blocked by inventory. Let's leave this grouping game objects together. Let's leave this off for now. Let's give our player a little inventory, and we'll do an idea that, and we'll try to put something in the world that we can pick up and maybe place down again, or just have. So that means we're going to create, yo, should I pick triangle strategy? Oh, for your counter pick? I I mean, I think it looks okay. Although we're running out of counterpicks. I would counterpick Metal Slug Tactics, I think, before I did Triangle Strategy, if nobody else has chosen that yet. Did you play the demo? I did not play the demo. Was it rough? This is our game, by the way. Isn't this cool? Oh, let me look at that one. Metal Slug. I just love Metal Slug. I had to pick it. Okay, so we want to make a little inventory for our guy. So let's do it like this. So our player can have an inventory. Or it's great. Oh, thank you. You're so talented. We've written 50 lines of code. Well, if you don't count the white space, it's less than that. So but a lot of it has been trying to learn to actually use Unity, which is different from last time where every time there was like, oh, we have to learn to use Unity to do this. We were just like, we just won't do this then. That means we won't do it. Is it open source? Yeah. We'll make it open source. We could do that. We didn't open source the code. Well, I open sourced the ink script in the last game jam. By open sourced, I mean they asked people in like a forum post attached to the game jam, please post your inked scripts, and I put it there. But yeah, we can open source our fantastic game. Is that what you're asking me by is it open source? Here's my idea. I want to make a new script that's going to be for an inventory. And so that way we can have different things with inventories in the game. Yes, that is what you mean. What is open source? Open source means you put your code out for anybody to look at and for anybody. There are usually constraints and limitations, but you're putting your code out into the world for people to copy or to learn from or use. Well, also you could put it on GitHub if you want collaborators. True. Yeah, maybe we should do this. Let me set that up. I'll set up a GitHub for this. That's a really good idea. And see if we can like maybe we can host the whole project, but at least we can put the code up there. And that way people can help during the week. Okay, so separate from the player, I want there to be a class called, a script called inventory because we're doing this right. Gosh darn it. Create C# script inventory. Okay. So if something has an inventory attached to it, I don't think we need to open a separate inventory. I think we can just have it as a hotbar. Well, so it's not, that's a good point. So the idea isn't that it's going to be, an inventory is not going to be like a, or maybe we could do a Cake King and only hold an object on us. Yeah, so it's not going to be like, when I say an inventory, I don't mean like an inventory screen. I literally mean just like a list of objects. That we can add things to and remove things from. And that's going to be, so anything that we attach this inventory script to will get an inventory and will be able to hold stuff. And so then you could have an inventory that's our character has an inventory, but also maybe a box that we open has an inventory that you can add things to and take things away from, if that makes sense. That might be overkill. That might end up being more functionality than we actually need, but we'll give it a go. Okay, so here's our inventory. So watch what I mean. So we'll do, what is that called when we make a property available for anybody to look at from the serialized field? Okay. So we'll go serialized field, and we'll say private int, we'll call this maximum slots equals null. We'll say total slots. So this is going to be how many items our inventory, should we just call this capacity? I don't know. This is how many items our inventory is going to be able to hold. List as in the data structure for clarification. Yes. Yeah. A list of objects, yes, as in the data structure. That's a very good point. Yeah, sorry. So not like a list like this, but a list like a collection of items. So I don't think we're going to need this. Well, okay, so it's going to need a... Yeah, actually, should we go learn about C# lists? Did we use a list? There's no way we did this without using a list, right? Before? List. There we go. Okay, okay. So we can say private list. I guess we'll have to call them items. So we'll need to define what an item is. We'll call it inventory item, maybe. Inventory item. We can't call it an inventory. We'll call it inventory items because I am not a creative person. Equals, and then we got to make it a new list, and I will just copy the code because I am a thief. Inventory item. Okay. So we also got to make a script for something that's an inventory item, right? Maybe? No, we'll just make this a list of game objects. This is going to be this is going to be a mistake, but we'll do this for now. So we'll be able to take... So the game object is kind of the top level class of a lot of these things. So like the floor, the square, the floor top, these are game objects. They have components attached to them, like the rigid body 2D or the script that we're attaching to, like the square has the player script. Spin up an item microservice. Perfect. I'm trying to not overdo this, yeah. But that's sort of the way we're leaning. So the idea is that an inventory is going to be able to hold a collection of these items, of like something that will appear in the world and which could have, you know, physics attached to it, could have a sprite attached to it, whatever. We'll be able to literally put those things into an inventory. And that will probably be a mistake. Let's do it. It doesn't need most of the stuff. It's not going to need like to be initialized. Is it? Does it need a start? Does it need an update? I don't think that it does. I think we can write our own methods though. Okay, this is literally just going to be a list, right? Of game objects. I guess we could put that on everything, but that's okay. Okay, it's fine. Let's do it like this. Do you have 4 weeks to do this? Plenty of time for scopes creep. Yeah, we're doing this in 4 weeks. That's the plan. Although, as we're, already I'm like, holy crap, we got a lot to do. I forgot how slow going this was at the beginning. Last time we did this. Should we just make this public? The inventory items? And then I don't have to... No, we have to do it private because there's a capacity. So we'll say add item. Boop, boop, boop. We'll say public, void, add item. Oh, is this going to be able to be a list? Are we going to have to change this to... Yes, it is going to be a list. I was going to say, do we need this to be like an array, which would let us put particular things in particular slots? But no, it's going to be a list. F y'all. Look, a list is just going to make this simpler, I think. Or else I'm wrong and also dumb. It should be an array, shouldn't it? Did we use an array anywhere? So the difference between a list and an array typically is of a fixed size, whereas a list is not necessarily. The other thing is it's easy to, typically speaking, it's fast to get maybe the item at the beginning of an end or the end of a list, but takes a little bit more time, takes a little bit more work to get something that's in the middle. Whereas with an array, it's really easy to get an object from any position. But then the constraint being, again, at the most basic level, they're typically, if it has capacity, that sounds like an array. Agreed. And because we want to be able to, like, take items from particular places. Okay, so did I use an array anywhere here? Frames. Frames looks like an array. Frames. Nope, there was a list. The thing is, a C# list might be kind of like an array. Let's see. Probably not. We're going to learn. Represents strong type list of objects that can be accessed by index. Okay, just kidding. It can be accessed by index. Is there an array that I should be using instead? Collections. Oh no, maybe I am going to use a list. Okay. But I want to put things in its specific... No, that's not true. I want to be able to put things in its specific locations in the array. Maybe. It's not really that important. But the fact that there's a list and a linked list makes me think that a list is secretly an array. Search. Manipulate list. All right, let's do it as a list for now. We'll switch it to a different data structure when it becomes a problem. So adding an item will always add it to the end of a list or the beginning. It's going to add it to one end. Who cares? And so this is going to take we'll just call this add and remove. Maybe list is an array you don't have to malloc. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We'll find out if we have a horrible time later. Then we'll know that we have to do memory allocation stuff. And I'll have to remember what I learned in my CS classes. This is going to take a game object. We'll call this element because I'm a boring person. And we'll also have this return a game object. Get. And we'll take an int idx. And we also want to be able to like get all, I guess. Or will we usually just like get in a loop? We'll see. We'll write these things as we do them. Okay, so the first thing we got to do is write these really easy methods. This is like a program. This is like an interview question. I'm excited. So we'll say if inventory items, and how do we get the length? That's what we need to know already. A list. Tell me about methods. Oh, it has an add. Okay, but we've got our little secret capacity that we've put on it. So you already failed the interview? Makes sense. How you doing, Zephyr? This is just what I need. Zephyr here to help me out with my fail this coding interview. It's good. The moral of the story is don't do a coding interview with a language that you have never written before. I just want the length, please. Or size. Length. Size. Come on. Is it a property? Capacity. Gets or sets the total number of elements it can hold without resizing. Oh, count. Okay. I was wrong. I guess wrong 2 times. I guess length and size, but actually we wanted count. And it's uppercase? It's so inconsistent. Okay, fine. Gets or sets the item at the specified index. Okay. So if the count is, we'll say, greater than or equal to capacity. Ooh. Do we need to return a Boolean here for whether this was actually successfully added? So we could raise here. Let's return a bool. And so the bool is going to say if we added something, then return true. And if we didn't, then return false. And so we'll be able to remove this from whatever inventory it was in. This needs to be in parentheses because I don't know how to write C#. Good. This should also be a return. Great. Otherwise, we're going to say inventory items, add our elt, and we'll return true. Cool. So did we add something successfully? Yes or no? Get is going to, I guess, assume that we already have. Oh, we're going to need a get all probably, but that's okay. We'll call this pop instead because it's going to remove the item and return it. And we will say, do I have a pop here already? I probably do. Please. Curious, why not use something like Visual Studio? It probably would be helpful to have IDE features. Honestly, just because I was set up for EMAP. I just wasn't set up to do it. But we could maybe do that before next week. Gotcha. Yeah. It's really just a matter of preparedness. pop, remove. Removes the first occurrence of a special specified object. Remove at. This is what we want. Will it return the thing? It's a void. Blah. Okay, fine. There's got to be like a pop, right? Piotr is an Emacs person. That is true. At my old job, I used to use Emacs for everything. But also I worked across like a lot of different programming languages then, so it was kind of just easier to have it all together in one just like super generic text editor. Index of, get range, blah 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 blah. All right, should we just do remove at? And we'll just do it. So we'll say else equals. Let's make sure that that's not gonna like delete this thing. Equals blah 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 dot add. What are they doing in this code? Where did they actually call remove though? Okay. Parts to remove at 3. This will remove the part at index 3. The remaining items in the list are renumbered to replace the removed item. That makes sense. Method is an OFN operation. Yes, that's fine. We're not going to be having like a huge number of items. So we'll say this is a game object equals, this should also be what? IDX. And then we'll do dot, what is it? Dot remove at IDX. Right? Good. Gets the thing, removes it from the list, returns it. Boom. Here's an inventory. So now we should be able to put an inventory on anything because we've got this serialized field capacity. We should be able to also set the capacity on those things. This will raise an error if we try to pop something that isn't there. We will hit that error somewhere later. Just trust me. We'll that will bite us at some point during this project, I have no doubt. Okay. Let's see. Compile error. Type or namespace. Game object cannot be found because the capitalization is wrong. That makes sense. And the other thing is, can I convert null to int because it's a non-nullable value type? That's also fine. We'll say incapacity is 0 by default. Boom. Okay. So let's see if we can put an inventory on our player, whose name is Square. So again, we're trying to kind of attach these, instead of doing what we did last time. I know this is repetitive to what I said earlier, but last time we wrote one big top script. Could use an Emacs plugin, lol. I probably will, if for Visual Studio. That's what I do in PyCharm, honestly. I use Emacs key bindings. Okay, what do I want to do here? Okay, so basically in the old project, and we can look at that here, we wrote one big script that did everything. It added and removed, it like defined the classes for, all the classes that we needed, like the screens and the characters and stuff. It added everybody to the screen. It defined where everything was going to be in the editor. We're trying to not do that this time. This time we're trying to use Unity in more the right way and kind of define little small scripts that are these behaviors, and then be able to attach multiple scripts to a game object to define its behavior. So here we're going to go add a component. It's going to be a script, and it's going to be inventory. So there's going to be an inventory here, and look, capacity is 3. Great. That works. Now there's no way to add or remove things from my inventory, so let's do it. What's a way that we can add something? I guess we need like a pick-upable item or something. Let's do it. Let's just write something like that. So go resources, create C# script, and we'll say this is pick-upable. That's not confusing at all. Perfect. Let's just call this, yeah, pick upable. F it. And then I gotta open this up. Pick upable. Boom. Okay, so here's my pick upable. What does it need? It is going to need a update. So we're probably not going to need anything on start. But what I want to do on update is be able to add this item to an inventory and remove it from a screen when the player clicks a button if they're colliding with it. Do we want to define this behavior? Which one am I looking for? Oh, because the screen's too big, I can't really see those full names. Okay, that's fine. Player, is this going to be better defined on the player or on the item? Probably on the player, right? And then we're just picking up maybe one item at a time. Okay, so we've got on trigger state 2D. How did we do this in Cake King? So we probably said player. Yeah, look at. We just had this really big gameplay loop. Update. Okay, clear canvas, move player, move inventory, move screen. What is move inventory? And why did I give it that terrible name? Drop item. Okay, hold up. If key down Q and player inventory count, blah, 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 blah. Add characters. That's dropping an item. Move carried items. But how about picking up an item? How did I do that? Oh, pick up item. Okay, collision detected. Right. Collider.game object at get component. Okay. This is actually not picking up an item, though. This is just getting the thing. Enter dialogue. So if E was the pickup thing, right? Screen.remove character. Screen equals null. Okay, so this is also the weird thing. Because we took this really weird structure, we ended up writing this class called like screen child that was just a collide child that we just basically let us call collision detected on the top from the top script. But we can do this on this pickupable instead. So we'll say void on trigger stay 2D, and it'll be, look, we can copy this, right? Why are we working so hard? So this called the top script before, but what I should be able to do is say, let's just leave this as E for now, right? So we'll say if input.getKey. Oh, this keyboard is killing me. E. So if you're pressing E, which is going to be our pickup key, then we won't check the capacity. We'll just try to add this to your inventory. So we'll say bool added equals, we need the player's inventory though, right? So can we see the thing that is colliding with this? We also have to make this not collide with the floor. How are we going to do this? Okay, so when screenchild.character get component collider is the thing that's hitting us. Oh, okay, cool. So I'll say, so the first thing is, if the collider isn't a player, then we don't care about it, right? So we'll say if collider, and let's see what kind of, it's a collider 2D. How did we get the game object? Okay, it's just on that field game object. Cool. So if the game object dot get component, do we need to cast this to a Boolean? We want to see if there's a player. Right, so the idea is if the thing that's hitting this object is a player, maybe we're writing this backwards. Okay, here's the question. Should an object that is pick-upable be checking if a player is trying to pick it up, or should the player try to pick stuff up and check if it's hitting anything? This is going to get called... This is wrong. Don't put this here. Pick upable is just going to be maybe like a label that we'll put on things. How did we do labels before? What did we use them for? Well, how do we determine something was an item before when we were trying to pick it up? If and is item. I see. I actually do want pick upable to be a thing, but we're just going to have it not do anything yet. We're going to add things here later because we might, for instance, render things differently. We might have like a name, for instance, that's attached to all the pick upables, right? Or some other information. So let's just make this a pick upable is nothing right now. Player, move player. Okay, so if so we'll pick up equals input. I was about to do this in a really weird and backwards way. I know this seems like a long way we've gone, but I promise this is going to be much easier to manage if we centralize all of the inputs on the player script, instead of like having items checking the input too. That's crazy. If pickup, and let's just put in a comment here. We'll go inventory, movement. So if we're trying to pick things up, you know what? Nope, that doesn't go there. I'm wrong. It's got to go on the trigger stay 2D, right? Shoot. Okay. Sorry, just a lot to get used to here. Okay, so this is going to be, so when we collide with something, when we collide with anything, right now it's resetting our max jumps. We'll change that later so that the thing has to be like a floor. But let's not worry about that right now. Let's say a friend just invited me to an Among Us game. Oh, you ought to play it. I haven't played Among Us in so long. So if pickup, okay, mercy. If pickup and this can be a single condition. Collider.gameObject get component. What am I looking for? Pick upable. Let's say pick upable. I did not join. It's late. We should do that for the channel maybe. I'd be into it. I am looking for like other community games we can play besides Minecraft. Game object. Oh, we got to call this pick upable. I'm wrong. Oh, this is a bad idea. Okay, so pick upable. I just want to see if it's got this component. Is there like a has component function? Make sure to enable chat though and not have the shitty preset of words and stuff. Is the Diablo Darksiders co-op? I think that it is. I think that it's 2-player co-op. But that would also be a good one. TBH. Okay, ready? Unity has component. This will solve all our problems if has component exists. Time running a method to check. Blah, 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 blah. Does not equal null. Okay, just check if it's null. Great. Does not equal null. So if the thing we're colliding is a pick upable and we're pressing the pick up key, then we should try to add it to our inventory. So we'll say this dot... you know what? Should the player inventory be defined here? No, it's fine. This dot, oh my gosh. All these game objects should be this dot game object. Okay, we'll fix that later. Dot get component. The component that we need to get specifically is an inventory. So we're going to get the inventory that's attached to this game object. And we're going to assume that it's there because a player will always have an inventory. Hopefully that will continue to be true. And Zelda says, once I did an Among Us game with Streamer, when I killed the person as he pressed the button, he was in Discord VC and said even though he couldn't technically type in-game as he pressed the button, and he was in Discord VC and said even though he couldn't... Oh, I think there's more to this story. Okay, so we got the inventory. We know from writing it a second ago that inventories have a method that I, of course, remember the name of, which is called add. And we'll say bool added equals dot add collider dot game object. So we're going to try to add the thing that we're touching to our inventory. If we don't, or if we do, let's say, then we need to remove it from the screen. And of course, we all remember how to remove things from the screen. That's why I don't have to go look it up right now in the code that we wrote for the last game jam. What do we call it? Add to scene. New game object, add component. But I don't need to add component. I need to add this to the screen. Or more accurately, I want to remove it from the screen. Game object. I mean, hello. What game you making? Hey, on Wisebird, what's up? We're trying to make a Metroidvania, but you'll see in a second that we haven't got much so far. We're working on having a little character inventory, and we have some very basic outline of some platformer controls. The theme for this game jam is alchemy. And so we have this idea that alchemy is about change, changing things from one state to another. And so we want to have areas that we visit change based on, items that we have or things that we do. So we want to be revisiting past areas and have them be different than before in response to stuff that we do. How do I... GameObject.destroy. That's what I want. Yeah. Destroy. Huh. Okay, well, look. We... Collider dot game object. Okay, so check it out. So watch what this is doing. So we're saying... when we're colliding with something, if we're pressing down the letter E and the thing is a pick-upable, then we try to add it to our inventory. If we successfully add it to our player inventory, then the object is destroyed. I mean, he pressed the button and died at the same time. Oh, and he wasn't able to talk in-game but didn't realize, so talked in voice chat. I gotcha. Alchemy sounds a lot like cooking. This was, Zelda pointed that out too. We could do recipes. We did some little brainstorming notes at the beginning, and one of the notes was alchemy is related to recipes. Recipes, turning something worthless into something valuable, magic adjacent, combining effects, layout areas changing. Yeah, recipes though. We'll just make Cake King 2. That was a good villager. It's the 12th anniversary of Full Metal Alchemist. Is it really only... Oh, 20th. 20th. I think it's 20th. Full Metal Alchemist has to be like 20, right? It's older than 12 because I'm older than 12 and it was before I was born. So that checks out perfectly. Should we try putting something in the world that is pick-upable and see if we can destroy it by picking it up? Cake King 2? We should do a poll. I think we got to save Cake King 2 for Ink Jam. 20th. Got it. 20th. Okay, let's fix all our compiler errors. We know that they're there. We don't know what they are. No. Okay, so let me show you what we got so far on Wisebird. I hope you're prepared to be impressed. Ready? Oh, yeah. Crucially, we're doing this by using the physics engine here. So we can do funny things like applying force to our guy, potentially. Although right now, the way we're doing stuff is more measured. Anyway, this is our game so far. Exciting, no? Let's add a Piotr asserting his dictatorship over Cake King. Dude, that's so cool. Oh, thank you. What can I say? We're doing it. Let's add a new resource. It's going to be another sprite. It's going to be a square. But what? Square one. Can I change the color? And then that will be how we'll tell the difference. Instead of it being a white square, this will be like a different one. RGB. R. Does that work? Or is that just showing me the red channel? That's what that is. Okay. Got it. So maybe we don't need two different squares. Let's call this... Let's delete this. Because watch what I'm going to do. We're going to add an item now that we're picking up. And we're going to see if that item code that we wrote so far is maybe kind of working. So we're going to call this item. On our sprite renderer, can I like slap a different color on this? Can I like do a filter or something stupid? That's all I want. I just want to do a filter or something stupid. No? Sprite renderer? I probably need to add a sprite, right? We'll do that later. You've done much more tonight than I would do in like 3 months? Oh, that's way too kind. I don't think so. But I'm flattered all the same. Oh, sprite renderer. Here we go. Color. Bam. Okay, this is our item. We're going to put this over... This is not going to have a rigid body on it. So this item is not going to be affected by physics, but we have that option. But just to start, let's not do that. We will put it at, I don't know, man, like a -2, -1, and we'll put it over -5. Put it at -2. Nope. Boom. Put it right there, and we'll see if we can pick it up. If we add a component, which is going to be a script, and it's going to be pick upable. Boom. So now we've got this item. It should be pick upable. We should be able to go over there, press E, and it should be destroyed. When we look at our square, we'll be able to hopefully look at our inventory. Well, maybe we won't be able to tell. I guess I'd have to make the... Actually, we should do that. Check out what we're going to do. We're going to go to the inventory class and make this list. Can I also serialize a list field and make it so we can see it from the editor? Let's find out. Oh, yeah, so we should be able to see it show up in our inventory if this all works. I'm betting against it, but we'll see. So here's my little man. Here I am. Oh, you know what? It's not going to work because I'm not colliding with this. So we got to put a collider on this. So that won't pick up yet. We need to go item, add component. So is it going to need a rigid body and a collider? Are they all? In Cake King, did they all? Let's try just adding a collider first and see if that works. Sure. This might not work. Oh. Excuse me. No? Okay. When we made the floor has like the secret floor top on it. This has is trigger on it. Okay, got it. And does the main character have his trigger? Square is not. Okay, so we got to go like this. Item needs is trigger to be flipped. Boom. Let's pick it up. Let's put this square in our inventory. Everybody get ready to say that didn't quite work. Also, we slide way too much. Square. Look at that inventory. Boom! Missing game object. Okay. Well. It's there. I'm worried that it says missing game object. But it's in there. It's inside of our square now. It's attached to it. Let's make it so we can spit it out. We might not keep this control, but I think it will be fun. just to see. So we'll say drop. Very similar to what we did before, we will do add another control for another input check for drop. Pretty close. Pretty close. And you should probably come last, by the way, because it will probably not be the focus. Hard to make, especially with effects in consideration. I agree. Yeah, we would save that down the line. I mean, I think you were right before when you pointed out that, like, this game is missing a lot in terms of the concept. This is not going to be called pick up, and it's not going to be the E key. It's going to be called drop, and it's going to be Q. Because those are the controls players around the world are familiar with from Cake King 1. So if we've got drop and mercy, we got to get our inventory, which we know we do by going... Oh, should we put like an is empty method on this? This is probably not how we're going to access our inventory ultimately. What do we call this? Fullness? No, that's terrible. We'll call this public bool. We're not going to keep this method. Maybe we will. I don't know. Maybe we'll use it. Maybe we'll find a use for it. Maybe not. And we just say what? Return self dot. Oh, nope. This, not it's a self. This dot inventory items dot count. It's greater than 0. Probably there is an empty, but whatever. This will work. And so we'll say if inventory dot is empty, except of course that needs to be if it's not empty, crucially. So if we're trying to drop and the inventory isn't empty, then get our inventory. Dot remove. Oh, dot pop. Okay, so we'll have to say, what do we call this item before? We'll call this geo for game object because I'm a lazy person. Game object geo equals this dot dot pop 0, so pop from the front, and that'll just make that easy. So what Unity magic is happening when placing the red item? Like, where is it stored, represented? Yeah, so it's being, this item, like the thing that's called item here, this is a game object. And so literally what we're doing is we're removing the game object from the screen and putting it into a list of game objects that's attached to our player. And so hopefully we'll be able to put it back. I think that operator cannot be applied to method group. I think that is empty parenthesis. I think that if we just slap it down again, it'll show up in the same place that it was before. And so we'll have to like reset the coordinates. But let's do that first. Let's see if we can cause it to phase back into existence exactly where it was before when we drop it. This is very similar to what we did in Cake King, except that basically every screen had like an inventory, kind of. Like had a list of game objects like this that we picked all of them up, or we took them all off the screen, and when we left a panel, right, left like a tile, you go to the next one over, and it loads in all the ones from the next one. So it's a similar idea, similar thing, but this is going to be like our player inventory this time. Okay, so the game object component, and then we need to know how to add this back to the scene, which I do forget, but I'm sure if we search for game object dot, a lot of destroying game objects, I notice. Uh-oh. Am I not supposed to destroy these things? So here's my new theory. This can't be game objects. Maybe. I mean, more like when you use the inspector to add it to the game, or did I not understand what was going on? Oh, yeah. So we added a game object here called item that had a sprite attached to it. And then we also put this, you add a script to it as like a component. So we put a pickupable. and it's stored like in the Unity scene, I guess. This isn't going to work though, because you know what? When a game object exists, it appears on screen. Brr, so we got to add something other than a game object. Can we like... That's why we're calling destroy, and that's why it says it was missing. So we've got to add something that's not a game object to the screen. Probably this means pick-upable is going to need to be, instead of the sprite having a pick-upable attached to it, probably the pick-upable has a sprite, if that makes sense. Probably got to switch which is the parent and which is the child. And then the pick-upable, instead of yeah, it's because it's not going to work it's not going to work the way we do it. Hold up. Inventory needs to be changed. It can't be a list of game objects. Okay, let's actually do it like this. Because we're smart. We know how to use find replace. Will be pick-upable. Does all of those look good to change? Boom. Please, not like this. And I missed one, of course. Great. Okay. Now an inventory holds a list of pick-upables instead of a list of game objects. That means that our picking up thing doesn't work anymore. So instead, we're going to go pick-upable. We'll call it inventory item because I'm dumb. Equals get this thing. Try to get the pick-upable. If this can still be null. So if we're trying to pick up and inventory item does not equal null, then bool added is this dot game object dot get the inventory of the player, and don't add the collider dot game object, add the inventory item, and then we can still game object dot destroy. Okay, let's see if this works so far. And where did I write a bunch of code that's not going to work? Somewhere in the player. Here, drop. It'll kind of work. Drop will just remove this from it's just going to delete this from our inventory now, but it's not going to add it back to the game world. Except this is wrong. The type is wrong. This needs to be a pick-upable. Right? Boom. So, let's see if this works. Where are my compiler errors? Line 75. Nope. Where am I missing? This. Missing semicolon. Cool. So, this will delete the red item. We will see a pick-upable appear in the inventory. But we won't be able to put it back because we won't know like which sprite goes with it, basically. So let's do it like this. Here's our square, who we should rename to player. Here's its inventory. The inventory items list is empty. E doesn't work, or Q doesn't work. E works. Missing, pick-upable. Ooh, why did we... Index was out of range, must be non-negative. And our drop isn't working. Okay. Let's take a look at the drop. We never removed it. .pop, 0. Pop is supposed to remove it. Why didn't it? If drop and not inventory is empty. Is empty should be equals 0 instead of greater than 0. That was defined as is not empty. Okay. Oh, the opposite. Okay. This will hopefully stop that script from breaking this time. So we should be able to... This won't really do what we need, but we pick up the pick-upable and we eject it from the inventory. That works. Okay. Now, the part of this that kind of sucks is the pick-upable needs to remember a sprite, basically. So the question is, instead of defining the sprite like... Basically, can I make the pick upable on start, like scoop up the sprite renderer that's here? If that makes sense. I know that doesn't. Scoop up is not a very technical term. So basically my idea is, can I put in the start part of the script for this pick upable that it checks its game object and grabs the sprite renderer from it, and maybe just grabs that sprite and the color, let's say, and remembers those things so that we can add this item back to the world later by remembering the sprite and the color from before. So, will that work? Doubtful. And also because you've got to add like the box collider and stuff too. Maybe I can get all the components. I wonder if I can get all the components. That's probably not how I'm supposed to do this. And that would include itself, which is a little bit silly. I want to do it. Let's see. Let's go to a pick upable real quick. Let's see if this crazy idea will work. So on start, right? Which we remember how to write start. There's no reason that we would need to go copy the type signature from a different function, from a different file. Okay, so here's our start. Does a game object have like a components? It must. Let's see. Unity, we're going to say Unity game object. Bam. Can I just literally steal all of these components? Get components. Returns all components of type in the game object. Can I get just all the components? That seems like something that might be not allowed. They might be like, please don't do that. Get component and parent, get components. I want get like all the components. Is there like a... Okay. Unity. Get all components of game object. Somebody else has the same idea as us. I think there's a gap in your knowledge. If I understand correctly, component type of components return a static array with all components on a game object. Oh! No way. I just put in component. I guess I would try it. Sure. Get components example. Get components type of hinge joint. But I'm going to do get components type of component. Nothing could go wrong. Yep. Do it. Component list. That's not how you write component list. It is. Components. Declare an empty list. This is me failing the interview super hard in not knowing how to declare an empty list, especially since we just did it. Okay, let's go. Oh, no. This is not an empty list, though. This might actually be an array. Oh, I just do it like this? Easy. Okay, this dot components equals this dot game object. This is madness. This is potentially a forbidden move. Get components. No, it's going to be this dot get components. lemao. Get all the components that are of type component. And then when I do this new method, which is going to be void add to scene, we'll say re-add to screen. No, just call it add to screen. I'm dumb. We're going to create a new game object. Let's look at Cake King for how we did that. Add to scene. How did we define that? Yeah, I think we just... This is madness. Does this work? Game object, is there an add component? And is it typed? Add component. Adds component class name to the game object. Add component. Type of as. Well, now hold on. I don't know if that's going to work. So you see what my idea is. When we add this to screen, I want to add a new game object and iterate through this list of components and add them all to the game object. Unfortunately, it's going to be weird because that list will probably include this pick-upable. We might need to define a more specific list of what components we care about for an item. Might be in order. Add a component class name to the object. Yeah, I don't think that works. Okay, let's do this in a more different way then. Let's go private sprite renderer. What do we do with the sprite renderer here? Private sprite renderer SR. I'll say this dot SR for sprite renderer. There's no way we'll forget that. Equals component sprite renderer. Boom. Right? Okay, so there'll be a sprite renderer attached to anything that is a pick-upable like this. We're gonna get that, and we'll say void add to screen is going to be new game object. Needs a name. Does game object always take a name? Okay, we'll say string name this dot name equals, we might change it to like game object name later. This dot shoot. Yes. So we're adding a new game object with this name. We're going to add a sprite render component to that game object. And then we're going to add a pick-upable component. What? That's going to be this item? This is crazy. This isn't going to work. Is this going to work? Good. Let's see where are we doing add component? We're going to add component, which is a sprite renderer. Oh, this isn't going to work. So where do we store the sprites then? Frames 0. What is frames? Where's frames defined? Oh, in this character? So this character, okay, what? Oh my god, this was such a badly done thing. List sprite was frames. Okay, check it out. Let's make this really easy. These things have a color, right? What do you reckon a color is stored as? Oh, I just want to grab this sprite renderer from here and pop it back on here. But I can see that that's not going to work. Probably we're going to need to have a sprite be there. So, watch what I'm going to do. See how this is red? This is going to be white now. Our character is going to be red, so we can tell them apart. Let me just apply a gender to this red square. So he's not going to have a sprite renderer. Oh, mercy. It's just going to have a sprite. Sprite renderer dot. A sprite renderer has a sprite attached to it, right? Cool. Cool. Add component sprite renderer. Where do we set the sprite of the sprite renderer? Resources.load sprite. Dot sprite equals the sprite. Okay. Oh, okay. I did something funky there. We'll change how this works later. We'll say go dot. Get component. Let's say this is going to be SR. So we're going to say sprite renderer. I know this is incredibly dull to watch. Sprite renderer SR equals go.get component. Sprite renderer. Learn to type. So we've got the sprite renderer that we just added, right? They're going to say sr.sprite equals vector2. Is it called the vector2? Yes. SR sprite equals sprite. Go dot add component. So are we gonna delete this? Okay. At some point, there's going to be an item duplication bug in this game, and you'll see why. Because basically what we're going to do is, so the pickupable is going to be this property that makes something an item that we can pick up. The pickupable is remembering the name of the item and which sprite it has right now. When whichever one it was created with when we put it on the screen originally. When we pick up this sprite, it's going to still remember those things. It's going to remember the sprite, it's going to remember the name. But it's just going to be a container for those two pieces of information in our inventory. When we take something out of our inventory, we're going to create a new game object that's going to have a sprite renderer with the sprite. It's going to be named the name that we remember. And as a last step, we're going to add a new pickupable to that object. And then we're going to delete this pickupable that we're dropping. It's kind of, might be madness. But I think it'll work. It's less insane than what we were doing before. That add component pickupable. Boom. That sprite renderer needs a position, right? So where do I... Oh, transform. So we'll say translate vector. So do... So we're adding this game object, right? What is the translate vector? What type is it? Is it a vector 2? It better be, because we're in 2D. Nope, it's a vector 3 because my life is horrible. Vector 3. Boom. Okay, so go dot transform dot translate is uppercase position. Okay, so in order. We make the new game object with the name that we stored. We move it to position, which we're passing in on add to screen, and it's going to be the player position probably. We're adding a sprite renderer to the game object. Maybe we move it last. I don't know. We had a sprite renderer to the game object, which is going to have the sprite that we stored. Then we're going to make the thing a pickupable. When we add this pickupable property to it, or this pickupable component to it, that's going to learn the sprite and name again, basically. We're going to move this game object, and as a last step, after we add it to screen, we're going to throw this pick-upable here away, and we're going to lose all reference to it, and it will hopefully go away and not be a memory leak. But I don't know enough about C#, so we'll find out. Okay, so here's my player. Boom. So, when I pick up something, I put the item in my inventory, and then I destroy the game object. When I drop it, I pop it from my inventory. So I've got this here, and then I'm going to do inventory item dot, there's no way this will work, add to screen. I hope that it will get like garbage collected up when we no longer have any reference to it. Inventory item dot add to screen, and we need a position, which is going to be this dot, and we just saw how this works in here. We got a position on like the update translate vector go.transform.position. Okay, the game object.transform.position. I need player. This dot game object dot transform uppercase, lowercase, position. Okay, what could go wrong? Obviously this won't work. That was madness. Let's see if, okay, pick-upable add to screen is inaccessible due to its protection level. Yeah, you're quite right. This should be public. Sprite render does not contain a definition for sprite. Interesting. Is it uppercase sprite? Go with sprite. That seems fine. Sprite renderer. Oh, uppercase. The wrong case here. Okay. The name Go does not exist in the current context. Yeah, you're right. This should be, because we gotta declare this. Game object Go equals new game object this dot name. Okay. What else? Show me what else. No, nothing? This won't work. So, the idea is we've got our player. No, we've got our inventory. Inventory items is empty. That's good. We go, we grab this guy. He's gone. There he is. Missing pick-upable. That's a bit of a nightmare. But maybe it's just missing a name. Oh my god. List is empty. Can I pick it up again? No. Why can't I pick it up again? Item has a pick-upable, but it has no collision. So we need to put the collision on this again. Otherwise, it won't know that we're hitting it. But that almost works. That's damn close to working, actually. Okay. So it needs a rigid body 2D. Let's look at this. All these need... No, they just need a box collider 2D, which is trigger is true. Okay. Okay, so it needs a pick-upable. It also needs Go component. Rigid body. So probably, what if we, instead of adding this manually here, what if we say at the start, if something's a pick-upable, we'll add a box collider 2D to it? Is that dumb? Okay, I'll mention it now. The camera's out of focus. Oh, okay. This happened before. Let me see if I can fix it with the Elements of Style by William Strunk Jr. and E.B. White. Stay in focus. Stay in focus. I can't really see it. No, that's still out of focus, eh? All right, let's try to fix it. Bit of a pain. Way out of focus, huh? Okay, be in focus. Don't you want to see the Elements of Style, computer? Why don't you? Why don't you want to do that? How about my hand? It's unfortunately on the Mac, I'm at the mercy of autofocus. Don't you want to focus? Please, come on. That's a little better. I find that like the text kind of works. That's slightly better, but it's still out of focus. Maybe it's small enough. Computer, be in focus. Don't look at this stuff back here. What if I just cover up these other things that are distracting in the background? I can't fix it very easily, to be honest. But thank you for bringing it up. Because I do actually want this to not look horrible. Please, here's my hand. Boop, 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 boop. Hands coming back. Hands coming back. Be in focus. It's still blurry. Computer. Camera, be fixed. It's better, but it's still blurry, isn't it? Why is it, what is it focusing on? There might not be a lot that I can do, unfortunately, for this. Be in focus. Be in focus. Is there anything else I can do to fix this? The mic, maybe? Oh, I think it might be focusing so you can't see because it's cropped out of frame. But there's like computers and stuff in the background, but those are out of focus too. Maybe it's the mic? What is in focus right now? Why don't you want to focus on The Elements of Style by William Strunk Jr. and E.B. White? Focus. Learn the elements. Do it. That looks great. Why is it trying to focus on something that's really close? That's better. It's not really perfect, but it's a little bit better. Okay. That's very frustrating. There's not a lot I can do. Just because the like drivers or whatever for Mac just don't give me any control on this. I'm at the mercy of the autofocus. Okay, so my idea was an item, if something's pick upable, we don't put a box collider on it manually. We let the start method add this. This might be a mistake. But watch. This is kind of getting us into the territory similar to what we were doing before. Oh, I'm all. You can tell I'm all pissy about it. Let's add a box collider 2D. When we create this, and we've got to say this dot game object dot add component a box collider 2D, and then the this dot game object dot get component dot this will also be a box collider 2D, and we'll say dot is trigger equals true. So now hopefully if you put pick upable on something, it should imply that it has this box collider on it that will collide with stuff. That will be triggered. The name Go does not exist in the current context. And yeah, you're totally right. That should be, there you go. I don't know when that got uppercased. That line was there before, but whatever. Okay, so will this sort of work? The first thing we need to check, item has a box collider. It was added successfully. It has this trigger is true. That works. We jump up here. We grab. We'll work on that sliding bug. Okay, we've got the item. We can see that it is in Square's inventory. It's got a pick upable that has no name. That's fine. I'm going to slam that bad boy down. There it is. The item's here. It again has a box collider 2D, which is trigger set to true. And so I can just do this all day now. So now I can pick up item. Do we want physics on item? Probably, right? Although that does... Woo! Yeah! Kind of works. we'll need to do different stuff, but it can be done. How weird. What a weird thing we've done here. But what's really fun is we could just pop a bunch of those down, and let's make sure that we can. Our inventory capacity is 3, so let's make sure that we can only pick up 3. And by that I mean let's make our inventory capacity be 1, and make sure that we can't pick up 2. So we'll change the capacity to 1, and we'll go item. I don't know if we'll actually need to put things down again, but maybe that's a mistake. Maybe that's not. Maybe we'll say once you pick something up from the world, you can only move it between inventories, but look, it kind of works. It's weird. It's fine. This is a problem that we solved in Cake King by never taking the game object off the screen. Do you remember? Your inventory was always stacked up on top of your head, and so that actually elided a lot of the problems that we're facing here, just because your inventory was always on screen. It's kind of funny. Kind of funny looking back that's how we solved that problem. Duplicate. Here's our item 2. Item 2 is going to be just like item 1, except further over there. Let's make sure that we can only pick up 1 at a time when our inventory capacity is 1. Here we go. We got this bad boy. We put it down over here. Okay. Can't pick up that one. Ooh, but something weird happened there. But then I put down this, and now I can pick this up. Okay, that works. Great. And we can do other things besides... I mean, we'll be able to do other things besides just pick these up and put them down. We'll have access to our whole inventory. There you go. Mercy. Cool. What do we need to do now? So that was on our to-do list. that took some things off our to-do list. Inventory and object that can be picked up. We have fleshing out game idea and group game objects together. What can we do with the mechanics that we have right now? So right now we have jump, and you could do double jump, although double jump will need a little bit of work to make it actually work correctly. We can have items, but they should have gravity, but they don't. We have platforms. What else are we going to need? So we were talking about areas changing, right? And so when I say group game objects together, I wonder if we should define like a zone that's a collection of game objects. And so we can do things that are going to change a zone, right? And then maybe we link all our zones together in like a grid, basically. If that, or yeah, we link all of our zones together. Maybe they're in a grid. Probably that's the easiest thing, is that they're going to be equally kind of spaced apart. And then the idea is, if I'm like here, let's do it like this. If I'm like in the middle here, then only the ones that are around me should be like loaded in, if that makes sense. Or like, you know, if I'm like between two, then maybe we can try to make it so that only 1 or 2 actually have their objects loaded into the game world at a time. Maybe that's not what we want to do now, though. That will involve putting some kind of a like collection thing here. We're going to need, when we did Cake King, we wrote this class called Character, right? And it contained everything that we needed to know to put a new game object on the screen and attach all the right components to it. I think that we're going to need something similar to that here. Since we know that destroying the game object, or if a game object exists, it's rendered on screen, right? And so knowing that, yeah, we might need to like make like a character or something, which is honestly kind of like what we did with Pickupable, right? When we gave it this name and this sprite. Okay, what else could we do? What other mechanic? What time is it? 9? Okay, we got about another hour. What else can we do with the pieces that we have right now? Or like, what would be a good last thing to try to get working tonight? We could try putting different sprites on these. That's easy enough. I mean, that's not something that we need to do on stream. We've got our floors and their floor tops. We might make a class like pick upable that'll be called like floor, and then make in the same way that pick upable adds the collision box or whatever, the box collider, floor will add this like floor top. Maybe. I don't know. What else could we do? Should we try that? Should we try grouping things together? Since that's kind of what I want to do. Let's do it. What will we call a group of things? A zone? So a zone is not going to be represented on screen at all. And so what I kind of want to do is I want to be able to use the editor. So I want to be able to like have a zone that's going to be like have a game object that is a zone, have it contain stuff that we like place on screen in the editor, and then when we start the game, I want the zone to destroy all those game objects off the screen and re-add them only when we need them, only when we're close to them. Maybe that's crazy. I kind of wonder how much of that Unity does automagically. And so maybe we don't need to be tracking all that stuff, but it's going to be like enemies and things. I don't want them to be getting updated when they're not on screen. So what are other things we could work on? Other things that we could work on are we could like make another inventory or make an object that has an inventory. Let's do that. Let's put something in the game world that can contain these things in it so that we can like take them out and put them in like a box, basically. I think that's just going to be, and we'll call it like, well, let's make an item that has an inventory on it, and we'll do like we want to be able to see, and access the inventory of something on screen. I just don't know what I want to do next here. No shoes on the couch. That's a good rule. That's not the one I wanted to look at, though. I wanted to look at this. Unlocking paths through previous lock, getting new abilities, secret ways. We need zones because we need zones, and we need to be able to modify them. Let's do it. I'm shying away from it because it seems like a big thing, but let's just do it. Okay, so zone. So on start, a zone is going to scoop up all of its children that are, what do we want to call these? Like zone items, zone something. We're going to need, in the same way that we had like a character here, I think that we need a class that's going to represent just like stuff in our world. And let's actually define this in zone. Let's call this class, because I think we can put this here. We'll go public class zone. I don't want to call this a zone item as opposed to an inventory item. Okay, F it, we're doing it. Okay, so what does a zone item need to know? It needs to know the position. So it's got to have a vector 3, position, which is going to be relative to, oh man. No. We'll leave the position. That's fine. It doesn't have to be a relative position, I don't think. So we'll have position, and we will have sprite, probably. Are we going to need to know if this is an item, too? I guess that we will. Is it an item? And it's going to be a little bit dumb, but well, I guess that is an inventory item, right? Is that what we called it? Is pick upable. I'm trying to think, like, how different is a zone item going to be from a pick-upable? I guess that it will be. It's very weird. We're going to have a class that's, like, going to be very close to being the same as a game object. I guess that's what we ended up with here, too. In Cake King, rather. In the last game jam that we did. But maybe that's fine. So let's call this... if it's an is pick-upable, well, then it would need, like, a pick-upable, right? I think that maybe... So my thought right now is... I know that we're stalling here. I think that pick-upable maybe has more functionality than it needs. And specifically, I'm thinking that, like, this adding the sprite renderer shouldn't be the responsibility of pick-upable. Pick-upable might need to know that we had a box collider. Look at the Discord? Okay, I'll check it in just a second. Let me just... Sorry, I worked through this thought. Pick-upable probably needs to know that to add a box collider, but I don't... And it needs to add this component pick-upable. But I think maybe... we need a different... This idea of zones is killing me. I might need to think through this off stream. Let me see, look at the Discord. Okay, taking a look. This will be a good break.
That's what the kids call epic fail.
Yes, that's me. I feel a lot of I feel I have a lot in common with Bob Odenkirk. Yeah. The caption was, it was a Bob Odenkirk video of him saying that's what the kids call an epic fail, and it was Piotr when the box falls through the platform again, something like that. Okay. Oh, I just have the wrong granularity here. What if... Okay. Follow me on this. What if we rework pick-upable a little bit, and we say that instead of being a pick-upable, this class is going to be for, like, just, like, stuff in the world. Like, basically a game object, Mercy. I actually need to watch Breaking Bad sometime. Okay, any style you want me to make? Make for what? What are you making, crucially? I guess would determine what style we want. So here's what I'm thinking. I think pick-upable needs to be a property that's just like, is this pick-upable? And if it is, then we add this box collider. And let's call this a character. This is going to be really similar to the pattern we did in Cake King. This idea didn't go as off the rails as last time. What was even the prompt for last game jam? Well, the prompt for last game jam was, you'll think of something. Which was very vague. Whereas this time it's like alchemy, and we know it's a Metroidvania, so kind of the genre of game is given to us a little bit. Yeah, I'm wrong. So this is what we need to do. Zone item needs to be its own class. And we're going to probably get rid of the pick-upable class. So, we got to rework this. Because if we try to move forward without fixing this, it's just going to be harder and harder. I think this is something we're going to have to change at some point. And if we wait, the longer we wait to do it, the harder it will be to fix. So we'll say this is a zone item, okay? What's a zone item? Great question. A zone item is almost the same as a pick-upable. And in fact, that's why we're going to get rid of a pick-upable. Zone item. Okay? So let's get this pick-upable. Pick-upable is going to have... So a zone item is going to have a name and a sprite and a position. right? It's going to have name, sprite, and it's going to get a private vector3 position. You think of you think of something. You'll think of something. We were so set on food. Just the style of the game in general. I see, is what you're asking about. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess like some kind of a platformer is what we want to think about. And we want to think about. So what have we got? I mean, we're doing things kind of similar to Cake King. We've got a The idea is it's a platformer. We are going to have some kind of inventory mechanic, so picking stuff up. Maybe we can do recipes. We're just always going to end up making the same game every game jam. Alchemy, a kind of boring concept. I want something very weird and interpretive. Yeah, I actually kind of thought that too. I think that I can't remember what the other themes were to vote on, but alchemy seems like a boring one out of them. Okay, so on start, a zone item is going to get the game object's name and its sprite. So we're going to assume that anything that we put on the screen is going to have a sprite. It's going to have a name attached to it if it's a zone item. Then we're going to say it's also going to have a private bool is pick upable. And we'll say if it is. Yeah, I wanted to avoid doing this, but we got to do it. So we're not doing the idea of throwing ingredients to change the world. I don't know. We can still have like ingredients that are changing the world. I think how we interact with the world is still very open and to me still feels very unknown. Add to screen. Is this crazy? This not game object on add component. Add to screen. This is where we need to do this. And so we need a constructor maybe for this. Or we just make these all name, sprite. Take these away. We make these all serialized, right? So name we don't need. Name we do need. I'm wrong. So the name will infer. The sprite will infer. The position, I guess, geez, we'll do that too. Okay, so we also need a remove from screen. I still like the idea that we're picking stuff up or making recipes or ingredients or potions or something that are changing the world somehow. I still think that that is a good way to go. Yeah, but I mean, if we are throwing ingredients in to change the world, there isn't really recipes. Oh, I see. Yeah. I would say I'm not committed either way there yet. Remove from screen. So some of this, this doesn't need a position. Does it need a position? I don't think so. Remove from screen. Yes, it does. Add to screen. At position. Add to screen. Is not going to take a position. So this will be all of this except for setting the position. There's no such thing as a pick-upable anymore. Okay, yeah, sorry. I know that's a very non-committal thing to say. I'm just still trying to figure out. I said that we were going to try to save all the boring stuff, and then it wasn't true. Okay, so if you're adding to screen at position, is this really necessary? A necessary method to have. This is just going to be add to screen and then set the position. Probably this is not necessary, but otherwise it will go to its position that it's saved. Okay, so we add a game object. If it's pick upable, we add all these things. Last thing we do is move it to a particular position on the screen. We'll go this dot position. These actually can't have underscores in front of them. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Okay, so when we add this to the screen, whatever it is, it might be a pick-upable, it might be a platform, it might be a piece of scenery, it could be anything that is appearing on screen, basically. Except maybe like a background or something, I don't know. We can add it to the screen. Oh, so when this thing is first created, it needs to remember the name and the sprite. But actually, I reckon we can set these things when we remove from screen. Well, So instead of doing this on start, let's do this when we remove this from the screen. You know what? This still needs to be in start, right? To add the box collider. Oh, man. Okay, so if this is pick-upable, then on start, do this. Which means is pick-upable needs to be a serialized thing that we can set from the editor, right? Then, right, so if this is pick-upable, then on start we add this box collider. Great. Similarly, when we add to screen, we will also do that. We'll probably refactor that a little bit later. When we remove from the screen, we want to grab the name of the thing, we want to grab its sprite, we want to grab its position. This dot position equals this dot game object transform dot position, right? Then we destroy the game object. So, before, when we were picking something up before, the player was destroying the game object, but we're not going to make the player have to do that. The player class is just going to call this thing called, like, pick up, basically. Remove from screen. So go collider dot game object. Oh my gosh, dot get component. This is going to need to be a pickup. This is going to be the zone item. We might factor this out a little bit. Equals get component is a function. Dot remove from screen. So when this is removing itself from the screen, it's going to save its name, its sprite, its position, then it's going to destroy the game object. Let's put serialized fields at the top. When it's added to the screen, it's going to create the new game object with the name that it's saved before. It's going to add a sprite renderer. It's going to set the sprite renderer's sprite to the sprite that it remembers from before. If it's pick-upable, it's going to add a collider, which it needs. That, again, this is repeated code, so we'll probably find a way to factor that out. And then the last thing is it's going to put it into the position that it remembers from before. We are going to, when we drop something here, we're going to do add to screen at position to drop the thing at our current position. So basically what we got to do here, okay, this is not pick-upable though. Oh, this .game object .get component. So an inventory is no longer a collection of pick-upables. It is now a collection of, so pick-upable is no longer a thing. That's what's important. There's going to be no such thing called a pick-upable anymore. Instead, there's zone items. Zone items may have a property on them, which is pick-upable. Let me just say pick-upable more. Hey, Zephyr, thank you for the contribution for the to the Grow a Mustache Challenge. Oh, and also Zelda says, okay, I'm going to go for tonight. Bye. Tell me when you need assets for stuff. Sounds good. Very, very direct, as always. Let's see. So, Sweet Mercy. So the first thing that we have to fix is an inventory. So an inventory is no longer a list of pick-upables. It's a list of zone items. Pick-upable. Yes. Boom. We can still call this... No, that wasn't what we needed. Boom. We can still call this inventory items. I'm okay with that. we won't do a check if the item is pick upable here. We'll do a check when we do pick upable. So an inventory is kind of going to be very similar to a zone, actually, because both a zone and an inventory are going to be collections of zone items. The difference is all of the zone items in an inventory are assumed to be pick upable. Maybe we will do a check. And an inventory has a capacity. But that's about it. That's about the only real functional difference. So maybe those concepts can also be combined. Let's see, drop. Is no longer going to have a pick upable. This is going to be a zone item. Add screen at position. That is fine. That will still work. Pick upable. It's going to be a zone item. And we're going to say if inventory item does not equal null. If, let's call this a lowercase, zone item. And if it's pick upable. Dot is, and that needs to not be private, which I think that it is right now. Oh no, it might, it is probably, isn't it? Where is the zone item? Zone item, this needs to be a public bool. Because we want to check that from over here. So if we are pressing the pickup button and the zone, this component that, or this game object that we're colliding with is a zone item, and the zone item is pick upable, then we're going to add the zone item to our inventory. If we added it successfully, we're going to try to do that. If we added it successfully, then we're going to call remove from screen on that zone item. So it's going to have been added to our inventory, and then it's going to delete itself. And there's no way that's going to result in us having item duplication bugs. Definitely not going to happen at any point during this development process. Great. What else needs to be updated? Top script isn't in this file. Does player refer to a pick upable anywhere else? Yes. This needs to be zone item. Cool. Does inventory refer to a pick upable? No, we did find replace. Okay. Sweet mother of mercy. It's going to say you deleted that script. Oh no, we didn't delete pick upable yet, but we will. Item is not going to be a pick upable. Item is going to be, we're going to remove this pick upable component. We're going to add a component that is going to be zone item. And we're going to choose, no? Oh, maybe it didn't compile. The type or namespace serialized field attribute cannot be found anywhere. Yeah, what is it actually called? It's not serialized field. I just made that up. Tell me what it's actually supposed to be called. It is serialized field. No, it's not. Player. Serialize field, not serialized field. What are you, crazy? Okay. And now will this compile? No, overload from method destroy takes 0 up. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. Zone item is not this dot game object dot destroy. It's literally game object dot destroy this dot game object, because that's just how that works. Fine. Zone item does not contain a definition for is pick upable. Sure it does. I just did the wrong case, I'm sure. Bring me to, oh good, right, that doesn't work because I can't see the whole name. Player is pick upable. Uppercase U. Help. Game object Y does not exist in this context. That makes a lot of sense to me. Let's look for, there it is. Nope. Object key. Oh, it's in zone item. There it is. I see it. Good. Good spelling. Caballo. The name Go does not exist in the current context. I'm sure it doesn't. What did I call my... yeah. It's that add to screen. Go is actually going to be this dot game object. Is that going to work? No. Add to screen should return a game object. You know what? We don't need add to screen a position. We'll just move it afterwards. So we'll go... When I do... We'll do this manually. So when I drop my item... Friendly reminder to stay hydrated. Okay, that's a good idea. All right. Thank you, Zephyr. I need to stay hydrated and not lose my mind. Thinking about items and containers. I need a player. Show me player. Show me player. We'll make that left-hand column wider next time. Okay, here's player. There's no more add to screen at position. There's just add to screen, which is fine. And then we'll go... Oh, no, add to screen does need to return the game object. I'm wrong. Okay. Whatever. Game object. Added. Geo. We still won't have add to screen at position. We don't need that. Equals this dot game object dot transform dot position. Okay. Then one more thing that we need is to make this return the game object that was created. And then we're in business. Will everything work? All that work to not change any of the actual functionality. If everything still works, then we're good. We're in business. Seems good so far. Nope. Not picking it up. Why not? Because zone item, I need to make this pick upable. Boop. That needs to be done. And let's also duplicate this, just because that was kind of the same test we were doing before. I'll put this at -7. -7, please. Boom. Let's see it. We got that one. We can't put it down. The object of type zone item has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. Okay. We will take a look at that. Where is that happening? Missing reference. There's no line number attached to that, is there? Is there? Oh, there is. Zone item.add to screen on line 39, zone item. So they're saying at 39, I'm trying to access something that's been deleted. This.gameObject.box collider 2D. Yes. This should just be geo. Right? Let's see now. This should work. No? Run it. Here we go. Pick up the thing. Put it down. In the sky, right where it belongs. And if I pick up one, I can't pick up another. Okay, that was a lot of work to refactor. I can't actually pick this up when it's up here. Why? Because these things are not being made pick upable. Why is this? Because the things that I'm putting back down, When I add them to screen, they need a new zone item, which is analogous to the way that we added the pick upable before, right? So we've got to say geo dot add component wow, right? And that will just oh, this doesn't work. Because it's not going to be pick upable yet. Oh, if this stuff is pick upable. Oh, no, that'll work. What a weird. This is very weird. The way that we've done this. But I think it will technically work. This dot game object. Oh no, we want geo dot get component. So basically, we add the zone item here, and on start, it won't be pick upable yet. Before the first frame update? Let's see if this will work. I wonder if we can actually not need this. Because if we say this.getComponent.zone item, so we add a zone item, and we get the zone item, and we set is pick upable. This is really weird. The way we're doing this. We might change this again. This dot is pick upable. And that capitalization is wrong. Okay, will this... When is start called, basically, is what we need to know. I think its start will get called after this is set. But let's see. Because it says first frame update. So we should see. Okay, so now check it out. I pick up this bad boy here. Boom. We slap him back down. Boom. Item is here. It has the box collider again. That did work. To my shock and maybe chagrin. The point is it works. The point is I'm a bad programmer, but it works. And isn't that the most important thing? Do you want to put physics on these bad boys? I kind of do. I think we could do it. And they probably don't need to have their rotation locked. What time is it? 9:33? Let's do it. Let's make them physics objects. F it. So... Hee. It's also going to have... See, the thing is, like, we're reinventing a little bit what a game object is. And which is kind of goofy. It's going to be public. Nope, it's going to be private. Bool is physics. The bull. No. Has physics. Should everything have physics? No, because if something's like a platform, it could be a zone item, and it wouldn't have physics. But maybe we just want to call that is frozen. Because maybe everything wants to have... Like our floor has... a rigid body 2D on it. Does everything want a rigid body? And then just we sometimes freeze them? I'm thinking about it. Do these have... let's just make them all have it. So on add to screen, on start, if something is a zone item right now, we'll call this, we'll put physics on it, and we'll put this inside of a conditional statement later, probably, almost certainly, but let's just do it. So on start, we'll say this dot game object. So basically, when you put this script called zone item onto an item in your scene, onto a game object in your scene, it's putting some components on as this item is added to the world, right? So like if it's a zone item, then it's going to come with a box collider and a rigid body, basically for free. And so we won't have to configure those things on every zone item that we add. We will probably need to do some little things like this still says has physics, but like is pick upable. We'll need to configure those things, but they will be like a small number of settings, hopefully, that will have larger, that will represent kind of more complicated specific configurations. All right, good. That was coherent. This stuck game object add component, rigid body, 2D. And I think literally, I think that's all that I have to do, and this will work. The way that we'll check, that's crazy. It's, Unity's kind of fun, eh? You just get a lot of stuff for free. Let's confirm this by putting this in the sky a little bit. And again, the nice thing about this, the reason that we're going through all this work is because we want to be able to design our levels and stuff in Unity instead of doing it in code and having to recompile every time that we move stuff around, which is what happened last time. And actually, as we were closing in on the deadline, it was eating up a lot of time to keep recompiling. Especially when we were just like, I just want to, yeah, okay, that's a problem. Oh, right. Yeah, I remember now. What about him? Right, because these have is trigger set. Do they need his trigger set if my player has it set? Yes, they do. How are we gonna fix that? Interesting. Well, he doesn't have his trigger set. Just the items that I'm touching. How am I going to fix this? Interesting. Square's got... That's fine. So if these guys are triggers, do we need them to have... we're going to have to do something like the floor. So like the floor doesn't have a trigger, but the floor top does, right? Is kind of how that works. So there's a secret layer on top of this floor that we can't see that has like a little detecting thing to see if... Because we needed it to detect if we're on top of the platform to reset our number of available jumps. Interesting. Mercy. So how we do this differently? How do we make these boys not fall through the floor? We got to do that. We got to put a thing around them that's like a little bit bigger, probably. That's a trigger. Is that right? Is that what I want to do? Let's do it like... Let's look something up first. Well, if it's a trigger, we'll never collide with it otherwise. I do think that's what we got to do. Okay. We can do this. So instead of... No. Is pick upable going to come back? No, it's not. Here's what we're going to do right now. No. No physics. No physics on the items. And we'll say you do drop only if you're on a floor. Maybe. It really would be funny to have these have physics. Yeah, so that's how we got to do it. Okay, So we need to attach a child game object here. So the same way that like this square, the main camera is a child of this square, we need to add, oh man, a slightly bigger game object that's going to be a child to the item. How do I do that? Unity, add child game object. How to add child game objects to parent in script. Perfect. It's easy to do. This.transform.parent equals your parent object. Okay, that's... Oh, that'll work. Cool. So we'll also go... So in addition to adding this component... Oh, and Wisebird, thank you for the light snacks. Oh, I appreciate it. We're closing in. So in addition to this game object, which is... this is the game object that is the item, right? We're also going to have the slightly bigger game object around it that's the trigger. If it's a pick-upable item only. So... Yes. Right. What if I take out... If there's no box collider at all, will these fall through the... Will these not know that they're hitting the floor? Probably. Let's find out. We need to do a quick experiment. Nope. That looked like they went through the floor, but let's see. I clicked the button too many times. Yes, those still fall through. So I need to say everything's going to have box collider 2D. If it's pick upable, then we're going to make a new game object. We're going to say game object, oh my gosh, trigger. And later we'll have to do some stuff to make this be just slightly bigger than the size of the sprite. It's going to be a little bit bananas. But we'll do a lazy version of this for now. Trigger game object equals new game object. Come on. And we'll call it, because we're incredibly dumb, I will call it this dot name dot this dot name plus, hopefully this works, trigger. So trigger go needs to add a new box collider. Add component box collider 2D, right? Boom. Then, but that needs to be for... Then, we get the box collider, and we set is trigger to true. Then, we say trigger go dot transform dot parent equals this dot game object. So we're adding a new game object when this is created that's got to be around this. We've also got to scale it a little bit, right? So we can do transform.scale. Okay, great. So we'll just make trigger go a little bit bigger than the object that it's attached to, than its parent. This dot trigger go dot transform dot scale. Oh, is scale going to be a vector 3? I bet it will be. Let's just take a crummy guess and hope that it is. 111. Okay. Vector 3. It's got to be a new vector 3, of course. New vector 3. 1.1. 1.1. 1.0. So, please come back. Please come back. So this is going to be just slightly bigger than the thing that it's stuck to. And it's a box collider, and it's a trigger, and it's called trigger. But we're not done yet. Because when we pick something up, when we want to check if we can pick something up, right now we're checking if the thing is a zone item. But that actually won't work. Because the thing that we're colliding with is now going to be the child of the thing that might be pick upable, which is kind of crazy. So we're going to say actually collider dot transform dot parent. Oh my god, collider dot game object dot transform dot parent. So the thing we collided with is a collider 2D. It has a game object that's attached to it. That's going to be this trigger object that we added. The trigger object has a transform. The transform contains a pointer to the parent, which will be the thing that has the zone item on it. We're going to get the zone item component from the parent. If it's not null, if it's pick upable, pick up the item. Let's see it. Compiler error. Missing semicolon. Oh my god, literally called it. Where is it? Zone item, line 24. Transform does not contain a definition for scale. Fine. What is it called? Scale uppercase, you jerks? I bet it is. Let's look, actually. Let's not be lazy. As much fun as it is. Game object. Transform. Transform has a transform object. The transform object has... It doesn't have a scale. It has a local scale. It has a lossy scale. That's interesting. I am surprised by this. Let's call it local scale relative to the game object's parents. That's fine, I guess. Sure. Am I supposed to set this? They might tell me don't do this. Change the transform.local scale. What could go wrong? Okay, local scale. You jerks. And then the other problem that it had was, what else? There's something else too. Can I implicitly convert type game object to transform? Sure, that's in zone item on line 25, which is here. You don't like that I've said dot parent. What is transform dot parent return? Is it not a game object? Parent, the parent of this transform, which is another transform. Got it. Wow, this is going to be a great... What? Didn't we see... What did we search before? Transform.parent. How to change a child. This.transform.parent equals any object which is the parent of this one. That's not right. Parent object.transform. Oh, does that work? Okay. We will see if this works. So actually, this is actually going to be even crazier. Because this is going to be the colliders game objects transforms parents game object. And then we get the zone item from that. I don't think I could possibly write that in a more normal way. That seems perfect. And let's just also confirm that transform has game object attached to it. Yes, it does. An inherited property. Good. This should all work perfectly and have no problems whatsoever. I'm sure of it. The things will fall. They won't fall through the platforms. Great. I will collide with them also, though, which is fine, because then I should be able to pick it up. But that doesn't work. Because, why? Why doesn't this work? Ooh, null reference. Cuts in an instance of an object. Let's see. What have I done wrong? If this dot is pickupable, we add this. Okay, where's the null reference exception? We might need to just make this zone bigger also, but let's start here. Can you tell me more about where this happened? On trigger state 2D. Not set to an instance of an object. Can I see which line this happened at, though? Here's what we're going to do. Let's make this much bigger. And we'll confirm that this trigger go thing exists. So each of these items should have a child item created called item underscore trigger. If they don't, then I've effed up. There it is. It's just called trigger, which is not quite right, but is fine. That's okay. Pressing E to no avail. Does it also need a rigid body? I'm thinking maybe it does. Does the floor top have a rigid body? It does. Okay. Mercy. Okay. I can do that. Boom. Add component. Wow. We're actually really... It's adding a lot of complexity to use these physics. We better think of some really hilarious physics stuff to do. Because we could... Everybody think about really funny things to do with physics in this game, because we're bending over backwards to make them be able to work. More than I expected. Okay, that doesn't work. Trigger has a rigid body 2D. It's a trigger. I am pressing E. My fear is the scale is 1.5, allegedly. We might need to put a log in when we collide with something. So let's do this. When we collide with something, let's do debug.log. Okay, look, we'll probably need more specific information, but for the moment, let's just press do ding when we hit something. So we'll see it when we hit the floor first. Hopefully. No? Game? Hit the floor. Do ding. Ding. Boom. There it is. We should do it again. Am I colliding with these? Oh, maybe I do got to put the name in. Because is it... Oh, these increase. Look, so the number of messages that are called ding increase, but not when I'm standing on this. So that's... Our cool idea is obviously not working. I'm, for whatever reason, not interacting with the... I'm not triggering the thingies. So... Actually, let me just see. Will it show in the console somewhere when I'm colliding with stuff? It will, right? Because I'll have contacts. Yeah. And if I go item, trigger... You have contact. We have no contacts. Not even with the floor. And still no contacts. Is trigger is definitely selected. Mass simulated. Da, 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 da. What's different? Start awake, discrete. That's fine. I can push these all over, but I just can't pick them up. Is trigger? Yes. But no contacts. What about square? Do you have contacts? Do you have 2 contacts? You do! Ah! So I am... Actually, it is contacting. So something else isn't working. Why isn't that working then? Because it's... In that list of contacts, this is a trigger. But this doesn't have a list of contacts. Whereas the floor is contacting me, and I'm... No, the floor doesn't think it's... Well, hold up. Which floor? This floor should think that it's contacting me. It doesn't. My man, the square... is contacting the floor, for sure. This boy... I'm contacting this. Definitely. So why doesn't it print anything when I do this? Why would this be? Okay, so here's square. Here's item, presumably. We don't really remember which one is which. So this is also what we're going to do. We're going to go just one item for the moment. It's just going to make this easier to keep track of what we're doing. Here it is. Here's my man. Stop sliding, please. Does make it about a million times harder that we slide all over the place. Okay, so my square contacts. Yes, definitely contacting a thing. Can we see who the collider is? Item is colliding. It's a box collider 2D. But we need to be colliding with trigger. And so that's not in this list, crucially. Okay, that helps a little bit. What if we... Collision detection, continuous. If I did this... So the good news is we can fuss with this while this is running. Never sleep. Continuous. No. You just don't think that we're colliding. What's different between this and the floor? Simulated, blah, blah, blah. Discrete, start awake. Oh, but the floor top is what I need to see. Yeah. Is trigger. Feels like nothing, but look, it has a size. Oh, is that what it is? Is that really what it is? Can I grab it now? Well, it is contacting nobody still. Scale is 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. Okay, what could it be? Let me attach a sprite to this. So we're going to do it like this. We're going to go add component. Animation? Sprite? Due to floating point and precision, yeah, that's fine. Let's put a... I just want to put a sprite on this, no? Where does sprite rendering? Sprite renderer. I just want to pop a sprite on you real quick. Sprite, just put square. That's fine. Square color should be green. Where's the sprite? Why don't I see this? I wonder... What size is floor tops box collider? 1 and 1. That's the same. Transform is 1, 1, 1. On floor top? What is big about floor top? Floor top is inheriting the scale of its parent. Really? Is that true? I think it's true. I think it is. Wait, is it? That's crazy. Show me the sprite. I think that it is. I reckon that's the problem. I reckon that this collider is getting the same scale, or is like not... How could we test this? By changing the size of floor, the scale of floor, floor top also changes. Oh. Local scale is what we changed. Is that wrong then? Was that the wrong thing to try to change? Remember when I said we'll do local scale, what could go wrong? This is what could go wrong. This is it. Instead of local scale, which seems right, but fine. Instead of local scale, what's the other scale that we can change? Is there another scale we can change? Relative to the game object's parent. That seems right. It's a game object, scale 111. The object change from 1 to... That seems fine. How could I check this? That's got to be it. No. Oh yeah, the scale. Every transform can have a parent, which allows you to apply rotation, position, rotation, and scale hierarchically. This is the hierarchy seen in the hierarchy pane. This, okay. Lossy scale. The global scale of the object is read-only. So local scale seems like the right thing to do. It doesn't seem like there's another way to do this. Please get this out of here. Scale change equals new vector. And then what do you do with scale change? Plus equals scale change. Okay, let's try it that way. I'm up for it. So instead of doing this, we'll say local scale plus equals, and we'll add this vector, which will add, I don't know, like a half. Because maybe what we're doing is just crazy wrong. 00F. Yeah. We'll see. Let's try this. Can you imagine if that works? If I just didn't understand local scale this whole time, I could see it. I could see that being a real thing. We'll know that this is working, A, if we can pick up the thing, but also if the number of dings... No, that didn't do it. No. Okay, so show me the trigger. Its scale is 1.5, 1.51. That's what we want it to be. Can I see just like how big it is? Is that crazy? Box collider. 1-1. Is this not going to work if there's no sprite renderer attached to this? We could do that. I could put a sprite renderer on this. It seems a little silly. But I would try it, I guess. Sure. You got it. Let's see. Trigger go. Dot add component. So we're adding a sprite renderer. We're setting the sprite renderer sprite. I don't think this is it, but we'll see. Dot sprite. Sure. And how do I just like hide the sprite? Well, let's see. Let's see what this does. I want to see this. I want to see what we got here. So this should make like a slightly more big. Whoa. We don't need ink. That's the wrong one. Okay, let's see this. Show me. We're going to turn this item like a different color too, which is going to help us tell it apart from its little bounding box. That's something we should have done before. Well, it didn't have a sprite before, so maybe not. Okay, I don't see that sprite. Why? There's a sprite renderer. It has no sprite. Yes. Yes? Question mark? Equals, not sprite. Shoot. What do we want to do? This dot We got to clean up this code in a bit. But interesting. Is pick upable? Sure, we'll do. We'll need like a copy method. This is crazy. So what? Then sprite has to be public. This is not the right way, but I just want to see if we can get this working right now, and if we can, we'll jump off afterwards. This dot sprite, boom. So, and this is also going to get this dot sprite, which will be not none. Cool. Why wouldn't that work? Let's see. That we still do need that line. Actually, I'm wrong. This dot sprite is get component blah 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 sprite. Great, cool. Show me. The name sprite doesn't exist. Agreed. Where did I write that? Where did I still write underscore sprite? Boom. Great. Show me. Come on. Not seeing that sprite still. Why isn't it getting that? Okay, so dot sprite doesn't equal this dot sprite. It equals that seems right. We create the new game object. We put a new zone item on it. We set is pick upable. We set is this dot sprite. Over here, we may be a bit stuck. Might have to sort this out off stream because we are a bit over time. Let's see. Equals this dot sprite. The sprite should be set by then. Something's suspicious here. Show me again. Item has a sprite renderer, which has a sprite, which is square. The trigger does not get the sprite for some reason, although it does have a sprite renderer. And of course, we still can't pick it up. We still can't collide with it. Trigger go component equals this dot sprite. But you're telling me this is none, which is very strange. Because it shouldn't be. At the start. We could do, I mean, we can access this in a different way, right? We could say this dot get component. Oh, no, that's right. I just can't read. This dot component sprite renderer. This is pretty desperate here. Dot sprite. Will this also be null? Don't do two semicolons. Compile. Okay, let's see this. Does that fix it? Sweet mother of mercy. Oh. That was very surprising. Oh my god. Why? This .game object transform. Why is it in the wrong place? Why is it over there? I'm baffled. Why is it on the character? And it's falling. See? That's what was happening this whole time. We just couldn't see it. Okay, so, That is very surprising. This .game object.transform. Wow. I got it. Oh, man. I got it. I see. I see. We also need to make it not fall through the world. Okay, lots to do. It's very exciting. So don't put a rigid body on this. That's madness. Or if you do, no, don't do it. That's crazy. Actually, no. Let's leave that there. And we'll say, oh my gosh. That's funny. Rigid body 2D. Dot get components. No. Dot. What do we call this? Like freeze all? This was in Cake King. Dot constraints. Yeah. Dot constraints equals rigid body. Okay, so the hope is 2D. So here's the first thing we're going to see. Will this cause that thing to float in the air, but move with this blue block? Rigid body constraint 2D. Oh, come on, that's pretty close. What part don't you like? Do you want body to be uppercase? Rigid body constraint 2D. That looks fine. Rigid body constraint. No, that looks good. What? Where is it? Does not exist in the current context. Well, I don't know about that. Rigid body constraint 2D. That freeze all. Is that something that I had to like import? That seems crazy, but maybe. No. Okay, so how am I misspelling this? That's what we need to see. Equals rigid body constraint 2D. Okay, check this out. Special recipe. Don't you dare tell me that doesn't exist in the current context. There you go. Okay, well, there was a typo somewhere. Who cares? Okay, so this should freeze here. If it moves with the blue square, then we're in business. Unfortunately, it would seem like we're not in business, but watch. So here, if I'm colliding with this, can I pick up the blue square? That's what we need to see. Object reference not set to an instance of object. Yeah, something's effed up here. What's going wrong? So the problem seems to be that the zone items game object is not really being all of this to try to add physics to the items. What if we just don't do that? Tell you what, we're going to call it here for today. I'm actually going to keep fiddling with this, but I think this hasn't been interesting to watch in about an hour. So we'll call it here for today. I'm gonna fuss around with this. This is just Unity domain knowledge that I gotta figure out. It's also surprising this .name is null, and the sprite was null. I find both of those things very suspicious. I wonder if we're creating more zone items than we're meaning to do, or if we're kind of putting them on the wrong game objects. Seems like my wires are a little crossed somewhere in there. Yeah, we're gonna keep working on this. I'm gonna keep working on this game a little bit during the week. We'll be doing some more brainstorming and stuff in our Discord, which you can find linked in the channel on the channel page. I don't have the calendar set up, so I'll just tell you that we'll be back tomorrow from 6 to 10. I'll be playing some City Skylines with my friend Sam. We'll be creating a big, cool airport. Again, that'll be City Skylines tomorrow from 6 to 10 Eastern Standard Time. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. If you watch any of this live tonight, bless you for a saint. I know it's not very interesting. Hopefully that as we get more of these kind of basic components in place, hopefully the streams will get a little bit more interesting to watch. We'll be back doing more of that next week. So thank you for watching if you watch live. And if you watch this as a recording or on YouTube, thanks so much for watching that way too. And until next time, I will see you later.